What's going on, family? Welcome to LAPEEF-ING Sundays. Make sure you get your likes up as you guys in. So let's get some likes up. I see you, Green Gang. It's almost go time. I see y'all vibing out there in the bag. We found out we got a bang. I see y'all feeling this. I see you, Lord. Sunday, everybody. It's LAPEEF-ING Sundays. As you guys come, let's get these likes up, y'all. Come on. Welcome to the Lapeef Network. Something about it feel good, don't it? Yeah. It's that Sunday energy. Going on, family? Welcome to LAPEEF-ING Sundays. Let me introduce the crew. We got Lauren, we got Jay, Quest, Tam, Kelly, Hank, Siobhan, King Rio, and me myself, and LAPEEF JR. Go ahead and fade that out, man. I want to let that ride, man. It's kind of spiritual. I almost said a word. Church say amen. I guess everybody on mute.
Amen.
My bad. I was catching the Holy Ghost just now.
Y'all can't be blasphemous, y'all. That's not.
Go ahead and get it, Quest. Go ahead and
shout out to the congregation, baby. Shout out to the congregation.
Hey, look. Hey, let me go ahead and talk.
Is anybody out there right now that wants to come home? I call you guys to come. Come right now. Come.
I'm feeling the spirit, JR. Let me.
Just come on. Just come.
Let me come in and give me a
wait. He's telling me. I hear it. You've been struggling all week, trying to stay on that diet. I hear you. Come on, y'all. Yeah, we got one.
I got a testimony.
Hey, what's your name? You got a testimony? What's your name, sir?
Hey, they call me Quest, Chat Ninja Colonel. So here go my little thing I'm gonna say to the chat. Chat, hold me accountable now. You know, I done told my colleagues already. Listen, I've been paying attention to the chat.
Yes.
And the spirit told me to look at this one particular comment, right?
All right.
And the comment said, Quest, we rock with your message, but you be cursing too doggone much. Can the church say amen?
Amen.
Nah.
Amen.
What I'm gonna do is, chat, I need y'all to hold me accountable. In fact, I'm gonna pick one random person out the chat. Bobby M. I'm not gonna do that with you today. Marcel, you green game. Bobby M ain't green game. Marcel, this is what I'm gonna do for you. I want you to do me a favor, hold me accountable, and keep a tally on every single cuss word that I say. Just keep a count, all right? And at the end, we're gonna either times that number by 2 or 3, depending on how much I cussed. And that's what I'm gonna super chat. And I'm gonna round up so I can super chat that, right? So that's what the spirit led me to say today.
That's what I was talking about, brother. Well, welcome. We glad to have you curse free today.
You know what I'm
curse
saying?
free today. We're gonna take it one day at a time. Church say amen.
Amen.
Amen. He ain't say curse free, dog. He say you're gonna do better.
Hey. I said I'm a super chat based off not a cuss word.
Hey, Jay, we will not do no shaming on the panel today, okay? Get that shaming to a minimum. Anyhow, welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Glad you guys are in attendance today. Let's make sure we get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. You're 30% off along with a free gift. So make sure you guys go ahead and fill the Tej. Shout out to the Lapeef Experience. As you guys know, we were just in Atlanta. The Lapeef Experience took over Atlanta and it was phenomenal. DC will be the next city, so make sure you guys are following, subbing, got the notifications set to all so that you guys can keep up with what's going on as far as with DC. With that being said, how y'all doing on this Sunday, panel?
Amazing. How you doing?
Okay.
It's all good here. It's all good, baby.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
doing good.
Glad to be back on Lapeef-ING Sunday. I missed last Sunday. I missed the chat and I missed the panel. So I'm glad to be back.
Oh, look at him getting soft on us. Look at Hank.
I missed you too, Hank. I missed you too. It wasn't the same without you.
See, JR, man, JR know how to bring a brother down, man. I'm trying to say
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
And we missed you too, JR, because you weren't
I ain't
here.
gonna bring that demon out in me. JR just won't let the demon stay in me.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, man.
I'm happy to be back. Thanks for having me again.
No problem. Oh yeah, we do have a She Critique on the panel. If you guys missed a great show this past Friday, so make sure you guys go and check it out. That's on the Lapeef JR channel. That's where you can find these shows every Friday at 8 o'clock Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. So check them out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and get this show started. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. How's my sound? My sound okay? Man, I'm a little under the weather. I can't really gauge my sound. I feel like I'm talking too low. Y'all said I'm good? I'm good?
Yeah, you good.
All right, here we go. Our first topic of the morning is trust. Trust should be given, not earned. Trust should be given, not earned. People who say trust has to be earned, they should be deemed as untrustworthy because they have been through something that they are holding on and everyone else has to pay for it. It's just my thoughts. But what do you guys perspectives on this? Trust should be given, not earned.
I absolutely disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead, explain.
So if you just meet a random person on the street, you should just automatically trust them. They could be a con artist. You don't know who you're dealing with until they show you who they are, and that takes time. You have to learn them, and that has to be earned. That's not just you don't just hand that to anyone that you come across. Dating or not dating, that's anyone. That's my thought.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah. I agree. You agree?
Oh yeah, I agree. Trust should definitely be earned. I look at trust as like, when you're building up your bank account, you can work years and years and years to really like build it up to a certain dollar amount. And that's like where trust is. But the moment that you do something wrong, maybe you lose all your money, like trust goes, like there's no more trust. And so if you break someone's trust, it's really dangerous because now it's like you could forgive somebody, but forgiveness isn't restoration back to where you were, to where that person just trusts you automatically. I think when you're even in a position of a leadership position in any capacity, you have to earn the trust of the people that are following you, people that you're responsible for. And so if you're not in a space where you've been tried and you had to go through things and people can see, okay, when you went through this is how you responded to it, that level of trust is not there if there's no type of action to like make trust more valuable, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes some sense. But I want to ask the panel a question real quick. I know some people have just spoken already. You guys said that trust has to be earned. May I ask, where did that idea come from? As far as trust being earned, when did you guys learn that, or at least start practicing that?
The first time that I was that somebody was untrustworthy to me. You know what I mean? Like my first time being faced with it. Whether you told somebody a secret and they let it go at school, what I mean, and everybody knew this secret you told, or whether it was you fighting and then watching your friend run off while y'all fighting, he not fighting with y'all, just small things in your adolescence that show you like, all right, dog, I gotta start filtering better.
I trust people. I trust you to be who you are. So I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't necessarily mean I go into any situation just trusting a person wholeheartedly, but I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. It's kind of that situation, you're innocent until proven guilty. So I believe I trust you to show me exactly who you are. And after you show me who you are and I find out that you're an untrustworthy person, then I'll start to move accordingly. I can't have people in my life that I can't trust. So I don't necessarily believe that you have to just earn it off top. I think until somebody does something to prove you wrong, then that's when they become an untrustworthy person. Got to be able to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I think when you go into friendships, relationships with that immediate, I don't trust you, and they haven't even done anything to you, I do think some people are carrying over some baggage from, past issues of trust. And sometimes that's red flags for people that's coming trying to enter into your life, because you're coming with so much baggage of just not being able to really believe a person where they say they're going, what they say they're going to be doing, because you're holding on to this resentment you have for somebody else that broke your trust. That's not that person's fault. And it's not their problem to fix within you. You have to fix that within yourself.
And real quick, and it depends. Like there are good people that just aren't trustworthy with certain things. You know what I mean? Like you learn each individual in your circle. Like, okay, I'm not telling you secrets. Okay, when a fight breaks out, I'm not trusting you to be there. When so you learn who is who, because there are good people. You just know I can't put him in that situation.
Hey, that's real. That's real, because like I think we done all had that one homeboy that when it get to popping, you already know who hands is gonna be in their pockets and not flying with the rest of everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, nah, you spot on, Jay. I don't know, like when it come to this, like I'm the type of person where I'm willing to give you the opportunity to step on your own crank. You know what I'm saying? Um, like when I meet people or whatever, like I kind of got I'm kind of in the middle on this, because in certain things I don't trust at all. It's got to be earned, and then on certain things I'm rocking with Tam. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, hey, nah, let them step on their own stuff, their own shaft, in order for me to take that trust away. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of in the middle, and I could go through a bunch of different scenarios or whatever, but yeah, no, I'm kind of rocking in the middle on this.
So I learned it from childhood. This is a biblical principle. In fact, the Bible never tells you to trust people. It always says put your trust in God. And why are you laughing at me, Hank?
Nah, we laughing at
Oh,
you.
because I'm quoting the Bible. Anyway, so my father used to always say, you can give people enough room.
I know I'm a heathen, but I ain't that bad.
What?
I know I'm a heathen, but I ain't that bad. I wasn't laughing at what you were saying. I was laughing at the back chat. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I looked at the definition of trust, and trust is a firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone or something. That's not something you just give a random person you just meet. That is something that has to be earned. Like if we're talking about the actual definition of what trust means, I'm not going to give that to anybody. You have to get to that point. And my father used to always say, if you trust in God, God will lead you to the people that you can trust in. So, and that still has to be proven over time, in my opinion.
So Kelly, should you trust yourself and knowing that anybody that you bring into your life and having your space, that, you know, in the beginning, that you're trusting your own thought process and your own way of picking people and bringing them into your life, that you're bringing someone of decent standard, that you don't immediately just think off top that this is an untrustworthy person. I would like to think that people are doing their due diligence as far as, you know, vetting anybody that you bring into your life. So if someone is showing you early signs of them not being trustworthy, I don't think you would even entertain them or allow them to be in your life.
But that's the point. Like, at what point are you bringing them into your life? How long do you take to get to know if they're trustworthy or not? Do you just, oh, hi, it's nice to meet you. My name is Shayna. Let's date. I trust you. I don't think you should get to that point. There needs to be conversation, and there needs to be actions proven over time that match what you told me. I need to see, and that takes time. That's not just given trust. That you have to take time to see if a person is going to align with what they're saying.
So how long? So since we're putting a timeline on when you should trust someone, what does that timeline look like? Because you can be in a relationship with somebody for 5-10 years and still never really know who that person is to their core. So what is the timeline that you're putting on when you're going to trust someone?
I don't think there's a time. I don't think you can say 3 months you'll know. I think it's subjective based on the person. But you should be getting to know them and asking the right questions and watching their actions to see if they align. So you can find out in 2 weeks with some people, and then some people it'll take you 3 months. Because like, wait a minute, when I first met you, you said this, but you're doing this now. It's contrary. It's contradictory.
If it's subjective, some people can trust people in 2 weeks. Some people can trust people in 3 months. So that is putting a timeline on it.
Yes.
But I'm not saying you can't just stamp it like in 3 months you'll know. In 1 year you'll know. Some people are in it for the long con, and some people are really good con artists. They're just good at what they do.
Hey, I'll say this: if it's taking you 5 years and you saying that you still don't even know who this person is after 5 years, move on.
You're not asking the right questions, I don't think.
Yeah, the right.
I think that's too long too. 5 years is too long.
I know. I'm just saying 5 years. That's because what Tam was suggesting, right? Like you can be with somebody for 5 years and still not know who they are. That's where I was getting that from. But yeah.
But let me say this: I don't trust none of you motherfuckers. I don't trust none of you motherfuckers.
Welcome back.
All niggas, all you tenderfoot.
Ooh, you just got a tally, Hank.
And I know, and I definitely don't trust them hoes.
Mark them, Kelly. Mark them.
But let me tell you this,
I'm keeping track. Chat.
I know it. Hey, chat.
Those words don't go to my list.
I got the same.
Is hoes on the list?
Put it down.
Hey, look, those words don't go on my list though. Hey, Marcel. No. She's talking about something. Marcel talking about some question. I add heat to your list. No, because he gonna owe the super chat $4,000 by the end of the episode.
Damn it. So be it. Hey, let me say this, man. I don't want to say what y'all say, but y'all give y'all money up before y'all even trust the person y'all giving it up to. I don't understand that, man. You trust them with your body, but you don't trust them on anything else? That makes no sense to me. So, as far as trust, I believe you should have to earn your trust, and there's nothing wrong with that. And in order to do it, is there a time period? I don't know. It depends on how they move and what they talk about and how they act. I mean, that's what I base up. Do I have a time limit now? Man, because I got family I still don't trust. And I've been knowing them since I came up. But I just don't trust them, man. But then I met a dude other night, and he seemed like a solid dude. And what I'm hearing from the one that you talked about, okay, I can rock with the dude. I can trust what he's saying. So, I mean, is there a time limit? No, I don't think so. It depends on, just ask the right question. Listen to them talk. Especially these ladies. Just let them talk. You ask about 2 or 3 questions, you sit back and relax. It's going to come out.
Hey, Hank, real quick, bro. Your
Yes,
mic sound a little muffled. Check your mic. It just sounded a little muffled.
Okay, well, let me do what I need to do, big brother. Right on.
JR, you
Now, he does bring up a good question, ladies. Why is that? Why is it that you will trust a man to shoot the club up, but at the same time, you don't trust him enough for him to be your husband?
I
not
think that's a follow-up question for those that say it's earned. I mean, how is it that he's worthy of the box, but he's still not worthy of 100% of your trust? Really, JR?
It's just too early.
It's too early.
Yeah.
No, that's a serious question, ladies.
I think
Wake the demons up.
to your point, Quest, I think, I honestly think there is like a small part of like trust that's automatically given, just because if you're in that space where you're laying down with somebody and you're allowing them to, potentially get you pregnant or whatever, I think there is a small level of trust there. And I mean, I think that's why it happens. As far as women not wanting the man to be a husband, that's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that's not the case, but it's like, I feel like a lot of women that I've met, that's really what they want. That's the end goal, to get married. So
We're talking about like our community as a whole, right? Our community as a whole, just based off of the amount of.
That's interesting. I don't know.
So I think I think all people care more about the feeling good versus the vetting properly and the trust. Like,
Is my wallet
good.
gonna be empty?
This is good right now. Oh, I want to. A lot of people go based on a feeling, but that's not what a relationship is about. That's not what real love is. It's like, oh, this feels good right now. I want to do it. They just totally negate everything else. And I'm not speaking for myself, because if I don't trust you to be my husband, I'm not going to sleep with you. So
what I was saying earlier is, I'm talking about our community as a whole, right? It actually brings up a good discussion, actually a very good conversation. Is our community as a whole, we have a bunch of kids, 81% of our kids, somewhere around there, are being raised in single parent households, right? So that means that there are a bunch of women that are out here that trust these men enough to allow them to shoot their club up.
Don't just say women. Why do men not put condoms on?
Can I finish? So allowing them to shoot your club up and then say, you know what? I'm gonna have a baby with him, but you don't trust him enough for him to be your husband. And a lot of times these dudes don't want to be your husband anyways. But do you understand where I'm going with the question?
I don't like that you always ask a biased question. Why are these women? Why are men not putting condoms on? It's a feeling. It feels better. I don't want to wear a condom because it feels better. It's a feeling.
But can a man can get a club shot up, unless he's into that?
Hold on. One at a time.
Let her finish.
Oh, I thought she was done. My bad.
I'm done. Go ahead.
So you asking me the question?
I'm asking all the question. I just want it to be non-biased. Like, can we talk about why both parties do it?
All right.
So the problem is that you
always
guys
aimed at women, and I don't like that. That's so annoying. It's two
why,
people in the bed. Women are in the bed fucking themselves. Ooh, let me go ahead and tally myself.
So the reason why we put it on you guys is because you are the final decision on whether or not this child comes into this world or not. You are the final decision maker. It's not the man. That is why I bring it up, and that's why I word the question the way I do.
But also the man is the final decision making in making her a wife. So it's like, like if she's making the decision to keep the baby, why is he not making a decision to also make her his wife?
Thank you, Lauren.
So ladies, I'm gonna tell you this. I know this is gonna be hard to digest, but just because I'm being real, because I come on these panels a lot, and a lot of times it is hard for y'all ladies to digest this. Just because a man has slept with you does not mean he wants to marry you. It does not mean he wants to spend the rest of his life with you. Women have a hard time, and I'm not talking about all women. I'm just saying generally, right, have a hard time digesting just that fact alone.
You're right. I agree with you, Quest. You're right.
And just because you got pregnant, one, doesn't mean you need to bring that child to bear. One. Two, it also does not mean that we're just going to miraculously get married out of thin air just because you got pregnant. Y'all want to live in a modern world? This is modern rules that we abide by. If this was in the 1800s, that would be different. But that's not how we live right now. But go ahead.
All right. I know Rio was trying to come up to mic. Trust should be given out. What are your thoughts? I think you spoke on it yet.
I think we are taught early on stranger danger, right? Just off top, it's for your own protection. Anybody who thinks otherwise is naive, and naive people get taken advantage of. It's really that simple. So there are levels of vulnerability I have to be willing to give in order to learn whether or not you're trustworthy. It can start with something small. You know what I mean? I'll give you an example. Even petty things. If you had somebody in your car, you went out to pump gas and you noticed there was some money missing out your cup holder, that's not a person that you're going to share your ATM PIN number with. You know what I mean? There's things, that kind of happen throughout the relationship. And some things do take longer to find out. I think Jay mentioned this. You find out later the type of friends, that Quest mentioned it too, that are going to fight, even literally sometimes, on your behalf. It's not going to be that good friend who's non-confrontational. Doesn't mean that they're not a good friend in other capacity. They're just non-confrontational. That's who they are. You know what I mean? So you have to know, and how you know people is with time.
I agree with you, Rio. I also think. Thank you. I also think trust is like. Trust, I think when you think about trust, it's one of those things where you have to see a person in different facets of life. You have to see them in different situations to know how they would perform or how they would respond. If they're in a situation where, their emotions are elevated, are they, how are they responding to the situation? Are they an asset or a liability? And then from there, you can base or discern your own trust towards that person. But really, I think to gather trust, and I don't think you could ever have someone's 100% trust, because you'll never see somebody in every different, I guess, groundbreaking change in life where you'll be able to say, okay, you went through this. I saw how you went through it and I trust you. Because the funny thing is, people don't trust you until after you fail. So it's like you have to see people go through different things in their life to know how to base that trust on that person.
Yeah, I'll say, I don't know if you guys heard me on the panel. I never trust anybody 100%. And somebody said that was a red flag for me. Just the fact that we are all humans, and I know that we are flawed. You can't trust somebody 100%. So even if it's 1%, 0.0%, however you want to look at it, because at the end of this, it's just a label. But I don't think nobody should fully trust everybody.
Hey, I got a question to the panel. And this is kind of a cultural question, right? Do you think it's us, like Black people, Black and brown people, do you think it's us that are not as willing to trust as easy as other races? Like, do you think white folks go around living like, oh, I can't trust nobody, and that shit has to be earned? Or do you think they kind of like how we think? I'm just curious.
I mean, honestly, I have no way of looking at.
In your experience with dealing with white folks, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, we're not going to get an exact answer. But
white people do not trust each other. That's why every time they make a deal, there's a contract involved. White people don't trust each other. They're the biggest. I'm not going to say that. Same thing.
I think
they trust people to an extent. Like, you have some white people that I think we might be getting it trust and overly friendly mixed, because you have some white people that you can meet the first, second day. Oh yeah, I got a lake house, buddy. Come on now. You can stay there anytime you want. I don't even have to be there.
They do that.
They think that is them trusting you, but it's just them just being over friendly because, one, they have the means and the resources that if anything happens to their home, they will be able to replace it and probably prosecute prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law, but I don't think that's them necessarily being trustworthy per se. I think they're overly friendly. I think we all have had an experience where you go out to a bar and you meet some cool ass white people that's like, yeah, what are you doing? I got a house out in Miami on the lake. Like, come out, kick it. Like, we all have, at least I've had that experience. So I don't think it's them just trusting every single person that they meet. I think they're just overly friendly, especially when liquor is involved.
Absolutely.
And my computer keep me in, huh?
You bring up a good
I
point.
love that man.
You bring up a good point, Tam, right? Like, they have the resources. So here's what I'll say. The reason why I said earlier is that I straddle the fence on this, on like certain things. Like, prove me wrong. And then there are other times where I'm like, I don't trust you off the rip, right? So the side where I'm talking about where I'm like, yeah, prove me wrong, it might be in a situation where I know I have the resources, I have the funds or whatever, that if they did, completely run behind my back and do something and just completely like destroy that trust that I was just willing to give them off the rip, right? Like, I'm set up enough where I can be like, oh, I ain't gonna take no hit. It ain't no real risk with giving them the trust just to try it out, just to see if they're gonna prove me right or wrong. There's no risk there, right? So Tim, like, to your point, saying, hey, bud, oh, hey, yeah, we'll send you out to the lake house, blah, 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 whatever. They got it's a low risk because, like you said, they got the ability for litigation and all this other stuff to get their money back. There ain't no real risk. But I think the people who have the funds and finances, they live a little bit more carefree because of that. I think that's super, super dope. And that's a super good ass point that you brought up.
You're right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
No, the losses are different. You know what I mean? When you don't have much, you hold on for dear life to keep what you have, and you don't trust everybody with it. And you're not as, free with what you've earned because you know what it took to get there versus them, when everything you have or everything your dad had, it'll be made right. If I get screwed, this will be made right. Whereas with us, if I get screwed, this is like 7 years behind, I'm 7 steps back. So, you hold it a little different and they operate a little different. With the cops, we're like, whoa. With them, it's like, hey, buddy, you don't need my name. All right. You tell me your name. Like, it's different. The cops work for them. With us, the cops are our aggressors. They're our adversaries at some point. And other points, it's just like, it's like, okay, what you need. With them, they operate like, yo, you are my employee, bro.
And unfortunately for Black people in America, we are guilty until proven innocent. So I think that's kind of how I kind of look at the whole trust thing. I trust you to be who you are, for you to show me that the person you are. And when you show me a different side of you that I feel like is untrustworthy, I'll move accordingly. And that usually means removing you from my life, depending on the level of untrustworthiness that you've shown me. I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt as well. I believe in giving people grace because we all make mistakes. None of us on this panel are free from mistakes. So you would want people to give you that same grace. And unfortunately for them, in the court system, they are innocent until proven guilty, but we don't have that same luxury. So it's just like, imagine meeting somebody that has already had those issues of dealing with racism, dealing with being falsely accused of things that you didn't do, and you bringing this type of energy to them off the first meeting, like, yeah, I don't trust anybody. No, this is not how I operate. That could put them back in a mental space of, man, she's showing me the same type of energy that society has always shown me. So I'm not going to be too inclined to want to get to know that person. I think we have to remember that none of us are perfect. All of us deserve grace, whether we've deserved it in the past or whether you're going to want somebody to give you that grace in the future. So it's like, I just try to be mindful of those things. Like, none of us are perfect.
I agree with you, Tam. Go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, Kelly, you made a you asked a question earlier about, you said why do people not trust? And people don't trust for two reasons, because you know a person and because you don't know a person, right? And so when you think about even when you think about trust in itself, it's like I lost my train of thought with that. But basically what I'm getting at is, question when you were talking about earlier, your question, and Jay, actually I agree with you on many points, because I think when we think about, the other races and how they handle things, yes, they do have a better quality of life. And so because their quality of life is better, they approach things differently. They have a more laissez-faire, kind of like relaxed vibe about towards everything. But I would say when it comes to other races, I think it depends on what it is. Because when you think about the history of, of mankind and how we went through different, events in history, that one in particular event, like the whole, slavery and everything, like that says something that has to do with not trusting, yourself, but also not trusting other people. Because for you to be able to do that, that says that you're afraid of something, that there's a fear or insecurity there. And then when you think about trust, also, and I'll wrap my point up here. When you think about trust, going back to your point, Kelly, you said, why do people not trust them? Why do people not trust? When you think about why a person doesn't trust, first of all, you can't trust. If you don't trust anybody else, you don't trust yourself. And the reason why a person wouldn't trust themselves is because you're the only person who's ever heard every lie you've ever told. And so it's like, when you think of it in that perspective, it's like, yeah, you can't trust yourself because you can't make a decision. So you don't trust anybody else to make a decision in your favor in that perspective.
Well, I was going to address Tam's point, and I will speak on yours as well. I don't think, and me saying no, not to trust people as soon as you meet them isn't saying be unkind to them. It's not saying be unfair to them. Definitely give people the benefit of the doubt. I absolutely believe that, especially our people, because they are lacking in that in society. When they go out, they have to fight for everything. So I don't think they should have to fight when they come across another Black person. They should be given the benefit of the doubt. However, I was always taught that there are circles, and you don't let someone into your inner circle quickly. There are levels to your trust, and they have to earn the right to get into that inner circle. So some people will never get to that circle. As far as Caucasian people, most of my friends are white, and I hear them talk about each other. What I do believe is, I believe that they trust that they will have each other's back just because of their color, which is something I don't think Black people do. I think if it comes to hiring a Black person or a white person, they're going to automatically hire the white person first just because of their color, whether the Black person is more qualified or not. And they know if a Black person says something, they're going to listen to the white person's opinion first. They're just going to assume that the white person's not lying because they're white. So I do believe they trust each other in that aspect. But as far as business, as far as money, absolutely not. They do not trust. That's why there always has to be something in writing for them. Always, no matter what it is. It could be, let's go ahead and sign this contract so we can both agree on this thing. So if it goes south, they both know that they're going to get what they agreed upon. And I can go into history about that, but I'm not going to. But to your point, Lauren, I do agree with you. I think that, and I think JR brought up this point as well. When there is a level of self awareness that you have to be aware of when you're talking about trust. And yes, you do know all the lies that you told, but I think that you can do a inner work within yourself to better who you are, but you shouldn't just let anybody else into your world without them gaining the right to be there. So that's all I got to say.
I think if we're going to base it, if we're going to base part of it off of slavery and not being able to trust people, Black people trusted each other, regardless if they knew each other or not back in slavery days. It was the oppressor who we did not trust. So to that argument, it's like you were trusting people back then.
But they purposely pit us against each other.
No, but even with them purposely trying to put us together, if we're using slavery as the analogy, we trusted people without them even showing us who they were to begin with. It was the oppressor who we were taught not to trust them because they oppressed us for so many years. They tore us away from our families. They took our children. They killed and raped us. So it wasn't a thing of just like taking it back to slavery. I'm not trusting anyone. We trusted each other. We just didn't trust white people.
think it's about discernment, yo. I think part of it is like if you are a person that doesn't trust yourself, then you need to be weary if you don't have good discernment. You know, there was a point in my life where I didn't trust my judgment with women, you know, or who I picked. You know what I mean? Like I was out there just ripping pigeons out the sky trying to save them, yo. Like, yo, you know what I mean? So I said, yo, I'm chilling because every situation is me trying to save someone, and there's something behind that. You know what I mean? There's a deeper issue as to why I chose those people, you know, chose those women. So you have to trust yourself. If you don't trust yourself, then you need to be on high alert at all times because everybody will smell that on you.
Go ahead, Rio.
Yeah,
I think Yvonne's trying to talk.
I think it's hard to generalize, you know, things. Like I feel you, Tam, on what you were saying about slavery, but it doesn't mean that every person of color could be trusted. I don't think there was ever a time where every person could be trusted, right? And you still have to be able to protect you and yours against anybody. You know, I think that culturally we notice differences, though. For example, if you grew up in a small town in the South, maybe leaving your car door unlocked and your door open is not unusual, right? You know everybody in the town. You know the sheriff. They know you and your family for generations, right? But if you grew up in the Bronx, that's a little different. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what comes with that.
Oh, my dog from the Bronx.
So you behave accordingly. You know what I mean? So we have to recognize that, yeah, we're one color, but we still have cultural differences. So I don't even know if it's a black or white thing per se, right? I even put another thing to it. There are white people who maybe live in those types of towns and feel quite comfortable. Let's even say they live in in an upper echelon neighborhood in the cul-de-sac, and everyone knows everybody, and everybody's on school and PTO and everything like that, right? They may come outside of that immediate community that they feel very comfortable in, and come, let's say if they're in an elevator with me, right? And if I cough too loud, she's clutching her purse and jumping out her skin, right? She doesn't do that with Billy in her neighborhood. She doesn't, you know what I mean, do that with Tom, the executive that comes on the elevator. She's doing that with me. Why? Because I'm also unfamiliar, right? And she only knows what she knows and what the media may portray and what description I may fit, right? So we have to be cognizant of that. Where we come from makes a huge difference in our ability to trust.
Hey, I want to say something real quick. Hey, I knew it was something about you, Jay. They say all the craziest people, what Charlamagne say? The craziest people come from the Bronx and all of Florida. You knew it was something about you, nigga. Hey, and Marcel, nigga is not a cuss word. So
I was gonna ask. I was about to write that.
No.
You can't tally that.
And by the way, Marcel, what my cuss count at? Where we at?
I don't have any for you.
Hey, man, they try to run up the tally, ain't they? Because they try to run up your tally.
For me.
Trying to run that score up.
Hey, I do want to say one thing. It's kind of on what not kind of, but it's on point with what Rio was saying. You know, back in the day, like because of examples of like what Rio was saying, right? Where it's like you get on the elevator, you know, and you know that if you on there with, like say for an old white woman or something like that, and we know that perception is like she's gonna be looking at me or subconsciously thinking that I'm a potential threat, whereas she wouldn't do that with Billy or Tom or the executive or whoever, right? Back in the day, I used to kind of like, I don't know, it was kind of like make myself look less aggressive, or look harmless, or look more like, hey, I'm not a threat. Like, hi, how are you? You know what I mean? Now, like, I'm like, hey, and put this on the ticket. I don't give a fuck how you feel about what I look like or whatever. I know what I am. I know I'm not a threat to you. I'm probably the guy that you want in the elevator with you when something goes crazy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I used to care about that, man, and it was subconscious, and I think it was one of the things that society kind of beat that into us as black men, man. Like, don't look as strong and as powerful as you are naturally, right? Cower yourself down a little bit, right? You know, I've had some experiences where it's like, even in training, like when I was in SEER school, that was one of the things they taught, like, hey, your captors, right? You aren't supposed to be as tall as they are. So if somebody walks past you, one of your captors, you're supposed to shrink down to get smaller than them. And if this person is 5'6", you need to shrink down all the way below 5'6". I don't care if you're 6'2", right? So like, even things like this is like, it's programming us. But once I like grabbed myself and I was like, yo, this is happening. This has happened to me. I remember having a conversation with my mom. I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm not doing it no more. I don't care how you look at me. I don't care how you feel. I'm not trying to change my voice. And I catch myself sometimes still, even to this day, at 40 years old, I catch myself when I'm in conversation, if it's a business conversation or what have you, and I might like soften the voice up a little bit. But then I quickly grab myself and it's like, no, don't do that shit. Say it exactly how you would say it on Lapeef or to whoever in wherever, you know what I mean? Say it just like that. And I carry myself like that. And I'm very conscious and very cognizant about how I present myself to the world like that. So
Fight the power, Quest. Fight the power, baby.
it ain't about that. It's just being me in my own skin and not letting anybody change me just because they think they have an idea of who I am.
You know what, Quest? I relate to that so much because I just had a conversation with a brother, right, about, and this was a real estate conversation. I mean, he's absolutely killing it. And I asked him, just asking him a few things, how he's doing it and whatever. And we talked about networking, and he says, man, when I was at your market center, you came into the room and he was doing some kind of training or whatever. And he said, man, you got the ability to suck the energy completely out. He says, because be honest, he's like, you look intimidating. He says, like, you may not know it, but and it's a room, a lot of mass majority white people. He was like, you may not know it, but that's how you make people feel. And he said, so smile more. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I appreciate you for being honest with me and telling me the truth, because they're not. At the same token, I'm like, damn, I gotta smile on purpose and put on a face so that other people don't feel threatened by me. And all I did was walk in. Like, that's just wild. You know what I'm saying? But he's trying to tell me how to be more successful in these arenas. And so it's just like, you feel torn, so to speak. You're never really going to fully be able to be yourself.
So do you all ever get a chance to ever be yourself as men? Like, is there a space or a capacity where you actually get to be yourself?
Amongst each other.
All the time.
I'm there. I'm there now.
Before all the time.
Amongst each other. I'm myself everywhere now.
That's what spaces like these are for. Hopefully you have a good friend group, because that's necessary. Like, if you walking around and you can't be honest and you can't say all we're human, So if you don't have a space where you could be your true self and say the most obnoxious shit that comes to mind, just to get it out, bounce it off, yo, you wild for saying that, or debate about it. You know what I mean? You need that space versus you say it and then you're persecuted. You walking around with all these thoughts that you never get to see the light of day. You need to put it out there so that it can be checked, it can be debated, it can be disputed, and it can be obnoxious. You have that right. You're human. You're not perfect.
Well, I know with me, it started with me when I learned that not to take life so serious about everything. You know what I'm saying? Relax a little bit, unwind. And then once I started doing that, I'm like, man, screw this. Man, I'm gonna tell whatever's on my mind, on my heart. Now I might not be so harsh with it, but I'm gonna still say it. So don't be surprised you won't hear me say it lower on this show. He gonna say what he gonna say.
Okay.
So Tam, real quick, right? So you were talking earlier about people being like overly friendly, right? And that resonated with me because I truly feel like I am overly friendly, right? But when people see people like me that are like that, sometimes they kind of have this roadblock whether they want to trust you or not, because it could come off as if you're not being authentic. But you have to be able to like give a person the space to be able to show you who they are, because like Lauren said earlier, if you give them time, they will show you exactly who they are, right? But just in the title alone, right, trust should be given, not earned. I feel like I do give a little bit of trust at first, and that's because I know we do have to earn things in life. Things aren't given to us, right? But in order to be able to, find the right man, to be able to have good friends, and to be able to do all these different things, you have to be able to give somebody an ounce of some type of trust, or you'll never even get to the point, that pivot of that person, because you're not allowing that space.
Hey, I wanna speak to what you just said about the friendliness. Excuse me, Siobhan. Look, I think it's great that you're friendly, right? Most men love and appreciate that. The people who have an issue with you being friendly and assuming or thinking that, oh, she being fake or she being extra or whatever it is that they're thinking, that's their problem. That is not your problem. You understand? Do not allow other people to strip that away from you just because you feel like they're not going to think I'm being genuine. That's a them problem. I'm sorry. That's a them problem. I got it on mirror. That's a them problem, not your problem. All right. Continue to be friendly, and I promise you, it's gonna be beneficial in life, just in terms of looking for great results. It's gonna be a positive for you, man. So just keep that up.
Yeah,
But you know who it is. It's them tacky hoes. It's them tacky hoes that be treating you like that. I already know what you're dealing with. Them tacky hoes, they get mad, they get jealous. You know what I'm saying? They hate to see you smile, feeling yourself with your eyelashes on and your edges. Now they can't do the same thing because their edges are gone and shit. They bald head with that nasty weaves in their head. We know what it is, Devon. Don't be mad. Just you got to deal with it. Just deal
Yeah,
with it.
never let anybody dim your light. Like, if we're not going to be for everybody, and if people feel like you being friendly is a red flag or it's not genuine, that's like what said. That's something deep down within themselves. That's a character flaw on their end, that they feel like someone coming up to them being nice is them being disingenuous. Like, who does? Never let anybody dim your light. Keep being you, and the right people that are meant to be in your life will find you and be in your life.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Siobhan.
look, being friendly got you donuts, right?
Look, so I right now that
What?
Siobhan, you heard me?
no, what'd you say?
I said being friendly got y'all donuts, didn't it?
Hey,
You see what I'm
for real.
saying?
Yes.
Yeah, shout
That's an inside joke.
But yeah, it did.
out to the Donut King.
Yeah, something else I wanted to bring up too is because I know I've been in that situation, and again, you're never supposed to trust anybody 100%. But I've been at work before, and you'll have like the people that are around you come and pour dirt in your ear about somebody else, and you don't even know them. So I think it's very important that every relationship that you engage in, you got to be able to measure for yourself, because they might be experiencing some trauma themselves. And so when they go and engage with other people, it's just like they can hate the world, and then you're around them and by default. But I think we're all guilty when somebody tell us information about somebody. It's like, damn, and so now you automatically have a certain percentage in your brain that's looking a certain way. But always gauge the relationship for yourself.
That's a
Nothing
good
wrong
one.
with you taking time to just look at it, because that person could be totally wrong, or maybe it's a bad deal between that person and them. Who knows?
They could have been
Yeah,
having.
JR, when you say that, JR, don't say a word. If you're in a situation like that, you don't say a word. You just sit back and listen. Don't say nothing, because you don't know their agenda. You don't know their agenda at all. They may use whatever information you decide to share and turn it back and turn it to them. Don't say a word, because guess what? Your time coming, because he's going to do the same thing about you with somebody else. So don't say a goddamn word. Mark me down, Kelly.
And I have a question for you guys too. Like, and this is a question that I've honestly been having in the back of my mind for a really long time. Is like, what is it when you have a person that mistakes friendliness for flirting? What do you guys really? What is your thought process on that?
You got to be extra hard on them. You know that with them in particular, you got to keep the stone face because you don't want to send no mixed signals. You know, because I've been guilty of that. You know, I've been guilty of like, you
I
know.
have a story.
Oh shit.
No, because like Siobhan, I get that a lot. I've had women come up to me like, "You're so fake. There's no way you could be happy all the time. There's no way, especially at work. There's no way you could be smiling in the morning. Like just because you're not that way doesn't mean I'm not that way." And I for a lot of years, I kind of like try to like suppress my energy to make it fit everyone else's comfort level. But now I'm just like, forget y'all. I'm gonna be who I am. I'm gonna be what I am, how I am. I'm goofy. I laugh. I joke. I play. That's just my personality, and I'm not going to change that because you don't like it. But I've been accused of being flirtatious like my entire life. So what my story is, I was at the gym and I had a gentleman come up to me and he was like, "I don't like you," and I was like, "Well, why is that?" And he was like, "Because you flirt with all the guys." I was like, "I do?" And he was like, "Yeah, you're always talking to all the guys and flirting." I was like, "That's interesting." I was like, "What makes you think we're flirting?" He's like, "I just see you." And I was like, "Okay." I said, "Do me a favor, look around the gym right now." And he's looking and everybody's watching us. I said, "Do you know people are probably thinking that we're flirting right now?" And then he was like, "You think so? But we're not." Exactly. People just make assumptions in their head. So it could be an innocent conversation, but people are going to assume or think or whatever. Oh, I'm about to cuss. Forget people. Let them think. My father used to always say, "You're so worried about what other people are thinking and they're probably not even thinking." Like, who cares what they think? You have to be yourself, be who you are, and just enjoy life and forget everybody else's thoughts. If they want to know, then
that kind of speaks to. Go ahead, Siobhan.
go ahead.
No, and just listening to Kelly, it is crazy how some people just assume that. But what the crazy thing is that people don't believe that we have bad days. We do have bad days. We get irritated. There's things that frustrate us. We get angry. We get mad. We do. But then sometimes when I'm sitting in that anger and I'm basking in it, right? I'm sitting here like, what am I angry for? And then I get in my car and I'm driving and then I see a homeless person. And then I'm like, I have my house, I have a car. I don't have to ride the bus. My child doesn't want for anything. Like, I have all these positive things that are going in my life, but those negative moments, they're so minute.
It's like automatically switch to optimism, even
absolutely.
In your bad.
Yeah,
and that's how it should be.
Yeah, and I think that some people have these moments or times like within the day where they feel like somebody owes you something. Like, people don't owe you anything. Like, you have to walk outside, get to the bag, do what you need to do. And then if you can help somebody else, but still be yourself in the midst of it all. Like,
all right, yeah, we're going to finish off with Quest and move on. Go ahead, Quest. I know you wanted to chime in.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say, so move on to somebody else.
Yo, real quick.
I have one thing I want to add. So I think when people are in relationships, right, there's a certain etiquette I think that we have to have just in various social arenas. So for instance, Siobhan, I'll give you an example. Like, say, for instance, you're in a relationship and I come past, cross paths with you and your husband, right? And we're laughing and talking about the show. And he's standing there. If I don't really give equal acknowledgement, you know what I mean, or make it appear as though we are having a group conversation, it could appear as though there's some flirtation going on between you and I. Really, we know each other. We're on a show together, all kind of things like that. However, there's a certain level of attention I have to display to the group. Because if I just keep it completely one-on-one, it may appear as though I'm being disrespectful. You know what I mean? So I guess it just depends on the situation and the arena, particularly when people are with their significant others.
You should definitely be mindful of that. That's true.
So I do remember what I was going to say. First off, the audacity of him to walk up to you and approach you and be like, I don't like you, that goes right back to saying what I was talking about earlier, where it's not a you problem, it's a them problem, okay? It's a them problem. That ain't you, Kel. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even stress that. Any nigga that come out they neck like that to a woman, I don't like you because you're flirting with all these men. First off, he wanted that attention. That's a him problem. He feels neglected. You see what I'm saying? Super lame. He hating. Come on, that's a them problem. That's a them problem, not a you problem. So.
Yeah, but normally a dude wouldn't do that. He must be a Richard Simmons.
No, you wasn't.
The nigga just lame, bro. That just all the way lame. That ain't player in no way, shape, or form in the book. You know what I mean?
Yeah, his ass was a Richard Simmons. I know what's up.
All right, if you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have some super chats. Any volunteer to read super chats?
I think that's a Siobhan thing.
Let's do it.
All right.
To earn, Eugene Steele, $5. To earn trust, you must be true to yourself and your intentions. You also have to be consistent. Yes, you do. Ty Javon, $4.99. Listening to y'all talk trust is something you have to show through actions. It's not necessarily earned or given. Renee, $1.99. Hey, JR and panel, great topic. Please hit the like button. Thanks.
They're free.
Scam likely $2. In God we trust. In wigs we dust the sphere 2022.
Hey, my boy Dusto.
Here next door, $2. Tam is cooking. Great point. Ricky Williams, $5. I trust everyone until you give me a reason. I trust myself enough to make the right call if you can't hold water. True. Gerard Johnson, $5. The issue of trust comes from slavery, with the mother speaking bad about the child so they won't be sold. We've continued to process that stops trust. Gerard Johnson, $5. Part of why women have issues trusting the space we have set up as men. Women use their space to echo instead of creating accountability. The big 50. Being friendly gave me broken hearts and knives in my back. It's a part of life, I guess. We all have gotten our hearts broken one or twice.
And not to the OJ's backstabbers, baby.
Thank you for those super chats and the support. If you haven't already, let's make sure we get the likes up. We have over 500 people in here. Let's make sure we take the moment right now to hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you have,
chat,
yeah.
ninjas assemble. Hey, Marcel, what my cuss count at? If I'm doing right, I'm counting 3. You know what I'm saying? Let me know, Marcel. What my cuss count at?
Hey, are you counting damn and ass? No.
Hey, Quest, you missed on your birthday. We had King Talk, right? And we decided that we was going to bring Lapeef Athletics to our live shows so that we get some kind of activity going for men to stay healthy. You know what I mean? Have some camaraderie and different things like that. So they brought up 3-on-3 basketball. As a matter of fact, I don't know if it's just men, but it was on King Talk. Okay. 3-on-3 basketballs. Matt G brought up flag football. I even thought about we should get paintball. Anybody can bring their 10 against the Kings. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be crazy. So, I think we should really push this, this healthy lifestyle thing. So I just wanted to catch you up on that because that was your birthday, this show on your birthday.
Yeah, hey, I'm actually with that. We can do the flag football. Or we could do the paintball. I'm with either one of them. Yeah. I ain't really a great basketball player.
Me neither.
I know how to grab that rock. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Because I know some of y'all can be
weird. That should be good. Some flag football.
Can the ladies partake in this? Like, is it just a guy thing or?
Hey, we said 10 on 10. Nah. Do y'all want to have this conversation in sports, ladies?
Hey, we can do some basketball. You know,
wait, I'm taking wigs and eyelashes off, baby. So y'all don't want to get that.
I wear my natural for the game. But if it's flag, I'll play. I'm not playing tackle though. I'll play flag.
Okay, we ain't talking about tackle. They said flag.
We talking
about winning and losing. Now we gonna play how men play. Flag or not, that's how we gonna play. We not gonna go easy on
playing.
y'all.
Playing.
I know
I
y'all
don't need
want-
nobody
y'all want
that
equality.
I'm late.
And unfortunately, in flag football, sometimes you get tackled.
Hey, but I mean, like to be
playing.
honest, you know, there are some leagues that's there are some leagues that's in Chicago, some flag football, and it's co-ed. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope, and then you'd be surprised how athletic some of these women are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say it again, JR. Say it
I
again.
have a feeling a lot of you men won't be able to keep up.
Oh,
That part.
I seen on the IG, Kelly and Lauren both be working out. You know what I mean? But I think we'd be all right.
Okay. Hey, my fact, what about kickball? Can we throw some kickball in there?
look, hey,
Kickball is amazing. I love kickball.
Dodgeball.
I haven't played kickball in so long.
Okay, well we'll take it back.
Y'all
All right,
better
y'all,
get
we
y'all
gonna go ahead
dad
and-
bods intact if you
we're
want
gonna go ahead and
to
keep it moving, y'all. Got to keep it moving. Moving
Hey,
on.
did Marcel tell me what my quest count was? My
Yeah,
bad.
Marcellus, if you're in the chat right now, make sure you give Quest his count. Put it in the chat. Matt G, look out for Marcel, and either try to get in contact with him on the chat and find out what that count is.
Yeah.
Our next topic of today is the importance of a woman following instruction in the beginning. The importance of a woman following instruction in the beginning. I thought this was pretty dope because we was talking about trust, and I know some people just don't trust people right in the beginning, but a man values a woman being able to take instructions. So if he sees a threat or a warning, so to speak, and he tells her like, "Don't do this," and she does it anyway, it's kind of like an automatic red flag. I think it's important for the woman to be able to follow instructions. So let's go ahead and expand on that. What do you
Can I
got?
ask a quick question before you expand?
Go ahead.
At what level is this beginning? Hi, I just met you. We're dating. Like,
I mean, it could be something simple because sometimes guys may say, for an example, like he may tell you to do something with valet and you do the complete opposite of it, right? Or you don't do it, or you ignored it.
like on a date. So like a date.
Yeah, right, on a date because you want to do it your way. Or it can even go as further as you guys have been dating for 2 months and you seem to get pushback for things, or you're not trusting his judgment. It's important for the guy to understand the woman that he's dealing with, that she knows how to take instructions, that she trusts his judgment, that she's not trying to twist it up and she saw something better and she just disregarded what he said. So it's in that context. You can kind of put the level how you want to do it, but just in the general sense, the
So,
importance of following instructions in the beginning.
Yeah, I think that it is important to be able to follow instruction, especially whether you're getting to know the person, whether you're dating them or not. I think it is important, but I think every man is different too. There are some men that I was going to say that wrong. Not that they're not strong, but some men won't say certain things that they need to say. And then the woman has to step up and say the same thing that he was going to say, but they don't want to say it. You know, I would prefer to have a man that will tell me like, hey, can you do this? Can you do this for me? Or can you, I just need your assistance with this while I go do this, right? Because ultimately you're doing it for us. You're not just he's not doing it for himself, right? I'm cool with that. But are all men like that? Are all men really going to give instruction like that?
So you only need to be concerned with the ones that do, because that's the type of men that you want. If you're wasting your time on men that have a hard time giving direction, he is not the right man. Don't waste time. Move on.
Communication issues from the door. He can't communicate properly to be able to tell you what he needs from you. That's a huge red flag.
Once
I think
again,
it's important.
once again, that's another man that you shouldn't be concerned with.
If I don't respect you, I'm not listening to you. Period.
I think it's important for
Hold on, Lauren. I'm sorry. If you don't respect him, then you shouldn't be on the date with him to begin with. Once again,
exactly. So if I'm on a date with you and you make a suggestion and I respect you, I'm gonna do it. Like, no questions asked. But if I don't respect you as a man, I don't care what you suggest.
Why are you? My point is that you shouldn't be on a date with a man that you don't respect.
I think we're
That's it.
saying the same thing, Quest. I think we're saying the same thing.
Go ahead, Lauren. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. So in regards to the question, I definitely agree that it is important for a woman to follow instructions. And I'm speaking in the sense of a man who knows how to instruct properly. And the thing that he's instructing to the woman, you know, it's of her benefit, it's of the family's benefit. It's not going to cause harm or detriment or anything in that nature. And I say, in regards to that, a woman should follow those instructions, because if this man is giving you a suggestion or a pro tip even, you know, there's something that he probably observed or witnessed or is familiar with that may be helpful to you. And so he's already got everything calculated. He's just passing it over to you like, hey, can you handle this? Or hey, can you try doing this? And oftentimes, you know, if we just take the time to see whatever's being said versus maybe meeting it with like, you know, being combative, like, oh, I don't want to do that. It's take the time to look at it for what it is. It may be a suggestion that should be considered because it may be for the benefit of not just yourself or that person, but the family as a whole.
But I don't think that there's a problem with having a conversation. Like say a man is giving you direction and you have a question about it. If it makes sense, then absolutely do it. But if they're just throwing commands at you that make no sense, I don't think you should just follow blindly.
So here's what I'm gonna say, right? Women, ladies, be cooperative. If you don't think you can be cooperative with this dude, then don't waste his time, okay? If I had to explain myself with my wife, but let's talk about when we were dating. If I had to explain myself every time I said, hey, come on the inside of me when we walking on the street, hey, you know, put me between you and whatever, da 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 da, or hey, I need you to do that. If I had to explain myself every single time, it would become exhausting.
I'm not talking about that. That's following leadership. That's different. But like, for example, you have a child. What if you wanted them to be vaccinated, but your wife didn't? Do you don't think that should be a conversation? Like those are like.
So we're talking about leadership because leaders give instruction. Okay, we give direction, we give instruction. So what I'm talking about, you saying leadership, right? Like I don't want to have to explain myself when I direct you or I give you instruction to do whatever that thing is. Now, if there is some out of the blue type, all right, baby, this is an extreme circumstance, and you're like, well, what's the deal with that? Even how you approach my direction is important. It shouldn't be like, well, I don't want to do that because da 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 da. Like, well, baby, like, you know, why are we doing it this way, this particular time? You know, I follow you all the time, but I'm just kind of curious about this particular direction. I don't think any man in their right mind is going to have an issue with that, especially when he knows he has a cooperative woman. But it becomes, that line becomes when you ask me about every single freaking thing. It's not a cuss word. Every single freaking thing, then it's like, all right, bro, you not the right one. I got to move on. I don't want you wasting my time. That's all I'm doing.
I think with that. The vetting too. I think a lot of times we really have to be so intentional when we're dating. So when you're on that first date or that first phone conversation, asking and being direct with, you know, intentional questions. So I feel like you shouldn't be in the middle of a relationship and now we're discussing how we're going to vaccinate our children, if we're going to vaccinate them or not. And you know, if we having this conversation in the beginning, you know, you believe in vaccination, they don't. I mean, that's grounds for you not cooperating right then and there, because there's always going to be a battle with that. So it's like asking those intentional questions up front, doing the vetting. That way, you know, is this somebody I feel like we engage well, we want the same things, we're on the same page. But I think also too, with also listening and being cooperative, men like women to take initiative too. So being able to take initiative means you have to be able to listen. So you have to be able to pick up on certain things that man is saying. And then by showing him with that initiative, you're showing him that, hey, I'm listening to you. I hear the, you know, the subtle hints, the subtle things that you're dropping at me. And I'm applying that, and I'm showing you the type of person that I am, that I can sit back and I can allow you to lead as a man, and I'm willing to do that. No questions, no, no back and forth banter, no arguments, any of that. I think a lot of times that comes with communication. Most relationships or friendships, it ends because of miscommunications when it really could have been worked out just by two people simply communicating.
Hey, and I want to add one more thing, and I'll let the panel have it. I just want to add one more thing to your example, Kelly. Like, for example, in our household, that was a discussion about vaccinating our child. I didn't say he's not getting vaccinated on anything, and that's the law, and then just went on about my business. Nah, we had a discussion about that. So, like, there's certain things, especially a wise man, right, when it comes within their relationship, not everybody else's world, in their relationship, right? Like, they understand the difference between, hey, this is something I need to give direction on, and this is something that we need to have a discussion about, right? So vaccination would be a discussion, right? I would suggest that I have the final say-so on these discussions, but I'm listening and I'm taking in all perspectives and, accounts or what have you for the discussion.
So I have a question for the men. Where do you draw the line between leadership and control? Because they're different. Like, if a guy, you go out on the first date and he has the menu and he's like, she'll have the duck. Like, no conversation, not what do you want, what do you need? Like that, like, oh, okay, that's what I'm gonna have.
You need to leave then. You know what I'm saying? Get up, man.
Those are the men they're talking about, Kelly.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, but there, there's a line, and there are men like that.
Yo, wait for your food. Try the duck. If it's terrible, get up and leave. If it's good, then.
Well,
look, I think that some women are able to kind of gauge, not all, but some women are able to gauge the difference between a man being a leader or being controlling. I don't think guys really examine it. I think the leaders just lead, and they have a certain energy that they give off. I think guys that control, they just have that energy, and it's like, no. Something else to kind of keep in mind. Well, this is what I do, and I don't do it all the time. It kind of depends on what it is, but in the beginning, you might want to give context if you do give a order that seems kind of suspect, because I'm able to kind of assess for the most part whether the word that I'm using can be looked at as controlling. So I may just give a little bit more context as to why, so she understands. And then I think that's how you kind of can build up that the 100% trust that you guys are kind of looking for. So just give a little bit of context sometimes, but you just got to gauge it. It's situational. There's no correct way to evaluate whether it's leadership or controlling.
Well, if it's going to be controlling, that's controlling is out of fear. The fear that you have for him, and the leadership out of love and respect. I mean, that's two different things. But just to answer the question, if she's not following directions, dude, get the hell away from her. Because she's not going to submit. She's not going to respect you. She don't have nothing to do with you. Get away from her ass. Leave her ass at the goddamn restaurant.
I'm gonna call you right back. I'm calling you right back.
Oh.
Hey,
right on.
Who you calling back? What?
Rio, you are not on mute.
Michael. Oh,
sorry, you got to take care of this.
Okay. That's funny as hell.
As far as following directions, Rio did right. She had whoever that woman was, she had followed his directions and called him right back. God damn, Rio, you did what you had to do as a man.
Perfect example.
I know you're laughing, but that man, she followed directions. Then she Rio.
Right. Hey.
She had a choice. He banged on her.
If she didn't, she would have been on the phone, not being cooperative. But why you gotta call me back? What you doing over there? Da.
Elongate the conversation.
You feel me? So that's dope as hell that happened right when it happened. Regardless of who that woman, regardless of who that woman was to you, Rio. You know what I mean? Just for conversation's sake, though, you gave direction, and that's what it was.
Right.
That's why his name is King Rio.
That's a fact. Listen, Kelly, one thing I wanted to bring to the light too, though, was you in your example about the menu. I want to kind of connect that to what the scenario Quest gave with the vaccine, sometimes there is an opportunity to deliberate very briefly. So, for example, if you're looking at the menu and you say, and I ask, so what are you thinking? And you say, oh, I'm not sure. What's good here? And I say, trust me, I got you. And then I know from my experience what's good. So when the server comes over, I'm going to order the best thing that they have to offer. Right. And then at that point, when you try it, and good chances you're going to think it's great, then you appreciate my assertiveness. And that then becomes a turn on. You know what I mean? So there's ways that we have to go about these things in order to kind of get the result that we want.
Ironically, creating trust in the process, right?
Right.
Your decision, if it hits right, now she trusts your decision in the future. Boom. Well, you see how we just came full circle? Put a 1 in the chat.
I kind of want to skip it up a little bit. Hold on, Joe. Let me turn the tables. I'm going to keep it pushing, and then you can go ahead. I seen a statement right here that says most women can be submissive quite easily, but they're not even dating the men they can submit to. The women are looking for the eye candy too, but typically the eye candy is not a leader. What do you guys thoughts about that?
Can you say that one more time?
Most women can be submissive quite easily, but they're not even dating the men that they can submit to. The women are looking for eye candy too, but typically the eye candy is not a leader.
I'll agree with that.
Ladies, y'all don't know how to pick. Let's just keep it.
Stop making these general like.
We have to speak in generalities, Kelly. Stop being triggered. I ain't talking to you if I ain't talking to you.
Triggered. I'm so
Yeah,
triggered right now.
I'm saying,
Triggered.
I'm clearly not talking to you unless you felt I was talking to you. Ladies,
I just don't like that you make it so like general, bro.
Because
Some ladies.
Because we have to speak in generalities on the show, and that's what I'm going to do. Black women.
Majority. It's just said most, not majority, just most.
No, I'm saying what he's.
I think she's saying that with people, but just in conversations too. I think that because I had this conversation all the time. Whenever you are trying to have effective communication, when the person really don't want to listen, they will take a part of what you said, and that becomes the focus then. So I think what Quest is saying, and he said it over and over again, if you are listening to this message, we're not talking about everybody. I think that should be the president. That should be across all panels. We don't know everybody. And even if we're looking at this data, that data has not been, they haven't talked to everybody to even collect the real data. We just look at that to try to get an idea of what we're dealing with. Right. So to Quest's point, if he says most or black women or something like that, I don't think that we should take it personal. Let's just have a conversation.
Yeah. So, ladies,
I can respect that, JR.
All right.
Thank you. So, black women, y'all don't know how to pick, and it is evident. It is evident in general. It is evident. Y'all going after the wrong things. I think we come on the show and asked before, right? Now, some of the ladies that were on the panel said these are the qualities that they're looking at, right? Clearly, y'all were not in line with the majority of black women because there will be a lot more marriages out here than there actually are. Let's just be very clear on that, right? Ladies, y'all looking at men for their looks and all this other stuff. Cool, I got it. You got to be physically attracted to him in some way, shape, or form to even have a conversation with, buddy, right? But we don't need to go to the extreme. The nigga don't need to look like, he don't need to look like Michael B. Jordan. Siobhan, you see what I'm saying?
You know what?
I'm just saying, he don't have to be the most elite, America's sexiest man on the planet type stuff in order to have a conversation and start peeling back the layers on who this man is. But y'all don't be concerned with what's behind all these layers. Y'all be concerned with what his bag talking about, what he look like, the cars he's driving, and you ladies can't lie and say that y'all don't look at those things.
I think that
I know just me personally. I know when we're riding in one of my vehicles that's paid off or whatever, it is not the Tesla, right? It's a Hyundai, but it's paid off. And yeah, no, I believe in our household, I believe in having only one car payment at the most. Hey,
It's not none.
hey, look. Hey, look, chat. Put that in your bag. If you are married, your goal should be to only have one car payment. No more than that. You don't need it. That's
Or
excessive.
zero.
Yeah, or zero.
Or zero. Hold on, Siobhan, relax. Or zero, right? So I know when I'm riding around town in my Honda Sonata or whatever, I know I get a different type of looks from women, regardless if I'm married or not, because they can't tell. I know I get a different type of look from women when I'm riding the Sonata than when I'm riding a whole Tesla. You see what I'm saying? So to sit here and suggest that y'all don't look at these things, stop it. Cut it out. Y'all do. And that is wrong. Men don't care about what kind of car y'all are out here driving. We care what's in your damn brains a little bit. Do we care about the physical? Yes, we do. We definitely care about the physical. But we also are looking at like things that we need, qualities that we need for you to be our freaking wives. You can add that one to it. I slipped. Right? So we just suggest, ladies, y'all do that a little bit more than what you do as far as this like very superficial gauging on who you gonna date, who you gonna marry, so on and so forth.
You're right. I think, and I answered yes to this question. The truth is, women, we're not taught how to properly vet for a husband or even for a man in general. We're not taught that growing up. We're taught either you make sure you save all this money over here just in case for a rainy day, or you may look at a man that is like your father. And if you don't have a father in your household, then you know your example of what a man is whatever you see in the environment, and that environment can be good or bad, you know. And so because, and this is not to excuse women or whatever, it's just to give perspective. And I guess I would say a solution is for women to like you said, Quest, to be more realistic with their preferences. You know what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be about looks or attractiveness. Yes, that's important, but if we're talking about family planning and legacy and all of these different things, you have to really look at these other factors that are not tangible. Like, what is that person's moral codes? Like, you know, what are their belief systems? What are they raised around that tells you who they are and how they'll show up, even when you're not around? You know what I'm saying? I think because we're not vetted to actually look at this, a lot of us just choose what seems to be appealing or based upon what somebody said. Oh yeah, you should get a guy that's 6 foot plus, you know, and this, that, and the fourth. And it's like, that's great, but none of these characteristics or qualities or anything that would allow us to say, okay, if we laid down and had a baby, had a family, got married, this is how you would, you know, show up in their relationship. Being 6 foot doesn't tell me you're going to be a good husband. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't tell me anything other than how tall you are. So I think we're just not properly vetting. We weren't taught how to properly vet. And I think we're now need to figure out how to do that successfully.
Yeah, like it's 6 foot 4 men out here that can't lead themselves out of a wet paper bag. Cut it out.
But you know what?
Hey, I don't know what y'all talking about, man. I'm a dime plus 99. I'm sexy than a motherfucker. And I'm gonna lead my lady to the promised land. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Mark me down, cat. I don't give a shit. But as far as leadership, man, I mean, you got to find the right woman. You have to find the right woman. You can't have some just anything and try to lead her because she's not worth leading. You know what I'm saying? Because she ain't gonna do nothing but bring you down. You know what I'm saying? You could be one of the best leaders in the world, but if you don't have that right woman on your team, man, your team's gonna fail because she's gonna be the crack in the arm.
But you know
But
what,
we
guys?
can do the same thing.
I think that it's easy to get a man that is appealing to the eye for us, you know, because at that point we're looking at their look so much that they're checking every box, but some of them probably don't check every box. We're just putting in our minds that, hey, oh, I know this man does this. I know this man does this. And, you know, all these different aspects of that particular man. But it is easier as a younger adult to look at, you know, some people like light-skinned men, some people like dark-skinned men. Like it really, now.
People like 6 packs.
Okay. Got the 6 packs. You want somebody that's, you know, personally, it just depends. Like you have a man that's in the gym every day and doesn't have a 6-pack, and it's fun.
I am getting triggered, y'all. Come on.
I think
Don't get triggered. It's just general. It's not anybody else.
Right.
You got me.
I think the women that usually typically go for eye candy type of men, you're not getting quality men, in my opinion. Let's be honest. The majority of those men, what do they have to offer you besides looks? And I think sometimes when you have women that are so superficial, we've even had this discussion on panels where I've said, people are like, well, are you thinking about your children and what your children may look like when you're choosing this man? And it's like, who is thinking about that? I think that is the most shallow thing you can go into. I'm sorry, I think it is the most shallow thing you can do when going into a relationship, mostly looking for somebody that is so attractive to you that you feel like you're gonna procreate and have pretty babies. It is a gamble. I have seen very attractive people have some not so attractive children, and I have seen some not so unattractive people make beautiful babies. So that is a gamble. You never know what you're going to end up with as far as how your child is going to look. Yes, you will want that person to be attractive to you, but usually sometimes my type of person that I'm attracted to, some of my friends might not think he's attractive, and that's okay because he's not for you. He's for me, but I'm never going into a relationship specifically looking for eye candy because I want to procreate and just have the most beautiful child on the planet, because that's not a guarantee. Like that is the wrong way to go into it. So while you're thinking, if he fine and he's 6 foot, but you're 5'4", thinking that you're going to breed this D1 athlete, and then your child has your height and it has maybe your grandparents' genes and look like them, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. So are you not going to like your child now?
You better get it, Tam. Some people don't.
Hey, chill out, man. I was drinking my water, man. You all made me spit that shit all over here. I think that's another one. I slipped again. But come on, man.
Shout out to those brothers.
Hey, Tam hit that on the head. I'm gonna tell you something. I think it's a maturity level too. You know, women, if you're looking for pretty men, I think you still got a little growing to do. Ultimately, you should be the trophy, right? You should be the pretty one. If y'all competing about who's prettiest, I think you got a problem, honestly.
And I
well, we
in the bathroom longer than me getting dressed. No,
problem. There are men like that, sis.
No.
Well, first
there
of all,
are dudes that are not attractive that were in the bathroom longer.
Well, hold on, man. If you're looking for a pretty man, that man likes the same thing goddamn you like.
Man,
you got a different type of issue.
Facts. You know, and so ultimately, it's not to say that he shouldn't be groomed.
I'm so triggered. These conversations are so dumb. I'm so sorry. Like, what? In what world are aesthetics unimportant? Like,
so wait a second.
These are conversations you have on YouTube. No, stop. Stop the cap. Where's my hat?
Not a YouTube talking point.
Wait, Kelly.
These are conversations y'all have on YouTube. But you know, in real life, if that man walks by and he's over 6 feet and he's got a 6-pack and he looks good, you're gonna check him out.
No one's saying
like you can look,
Kelly,
but I'm not touching.
It has nothing to do with checking people out.
But what quality does that man offer you besides he look good? Are you taking the opportunity to figure out what type of character he has, or are we just so caught up on the physical? That's the reason why so many women got babies with pookies, a fine ass pookie at that.
And so Kelly, this is real life. You and Tam have a complete disagreement on what's prioritized in looking for a man. That is
because you have to be attracted to the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a model.
Simmer down.
The energy rising.
Yeah, we never.
Yeah. No. Well, Kelly,
glasses off and everything. We never said that he's not attractive to you. We said that you don't lead with looking for pretty men. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
I get that. Right. No. I hear what you're saying. Right. You don't lead with looking for pretty, but if a man approaches you and you find no attraction in him at all, why would you even wait to hear the next thing? Because you're not attracted to him.
She didn't say
He's
that.
oozing
She didn't say
unattraction
that.
in every way. Why would you even wait
Kelly,
to get
Hold on, y'all. Let Jay tell her. Hold on, y'all.
You
Let Jay
have-
tell her.
You're
Hold
taking
on.
us in circles right now,
Hold
bro.
on, man.
Nobody on the panel, not one single person on the panel has said you don't have to be attracted to the dude. What we're saying is there has to be a fine line between all this, oh, he looks like Michael B. Jordan, and somebody who's just, oh, he's a good looking guy. I can peel back the layers a little bit more with the guy. Nobody's saying go walk up to some ugly nigga, or when an ugly nigga approach you, then you gotta, oh, well, I'm gonna peel back the layers anyways, and this nigga look like a damn bump off, you know what I mean, off the bottom of your foot. Come on, man, stop. You real extreme with this, Kelly, and nobody on the panel, nobody has said
Yeah,
that.
I never
Nobody.
said not be with somebody you're not attractive to. I said, yes, there has to be some type of attraction. But I have dated guys that my friends felt like, he really not that cute. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. He cute to me. That's all that matters, is that I'm attracted to him. But I'm not just going and looking for, he has to be 6 foot, he has to have a 6-pack, he gotta have a beard, he has to have this brown mocha skin and beautiful eyes, and because you're thinking in your mind that you're going to breed this type of offspring that is going to look like that. And let's be honest, when we're mating, when we're having babies, that is a gamble. You don't know who that baby gonna look like. It could look like your great auntie from down the line. That's the way genes work. That's the way it works. So you just never know. It's always a gamble. I would like to think that I'm attractive enough to where we'll have a cute baby.
Go ahead, Jay. I know you're trying to chime in.
Oh nah, you could get Sarah. I'm good.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
We make sure we get it right.
Sayira.
Saida, right? Saida.
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 Yeah, that's fine. Saida or Saida, it's fine. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is over there. I'm sure it's afternoon now. I just wanted to say that we have to understand that biologically, as women, we have to look at the genes. I'm not saying that you have to look for perfection. It's just that just like a man looks for attraction on his eyes, we if we go back in the cave, like to the cave era, that was the thing, you know, the strongest man, the taller man, the strongest man was a powerful man. But because it wasn't more like in here. Nowadays, there has to be a balance. I'm not saying that all men have to be in a certain way, but it's understandable that a woman is projecting how, you know, his generation is going to be as well. I'm not saying that's the most important, because I have to be very clear with everything. I'm not saying that's the most important, but yes, in part plays a role in our heads that how our generations is going to be. Just saying. I also wanted to say that I think now we're kind of measuring people how their value on what they have and not who they are. We don't give the chance to get to know them. We just go on a date automatically thinking that I might marry this person. How boring that is, to be honest. I have never been on a date thinking he might be the one that I'm gonna marry. You know, I'm so sorry. I know probably men not gonna like this because oh, you have to date you know, like with an intention. I am dating with an intention to get to know you, because that's my job, to get to know you, because it's illogical and kind of contradicting that you're asking me to bet, but at the same time I'm supposed to be there with the intention to marry you already. It doesn't make sense in my head. In order for me to vet you, I have to get to know you, and I'm not going to get to know you through conversations over the phone only or through text only. I am so sorry. No. And then if you want to get to know me, you have to know me for real, like the things that I do. I'm not going to stop my life and what I do, and I'm not saying I party and all those things. No, you have to have hobbies. I actually told someone that was trying to talk to me, it's like, what are your hobbies? What do you do besides this, and that? And he's like, how do you know that I do that? Because I noticed that that's what you do in the couple of weeks that we have been talking. But like, what else do you do? Because to me, it's like, hey, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You know, like you actually can see the things that I do. And if you don't pay attention, you're going to be asking me what I do. Come on, pay attention.
She climbs mountains. She zip lines. Like, I don't want to be
So-
Saida when I grow up.
So, right. So to me, it's like if someone wants to get to know me, has to do things kind of like the way that I do. And some people, it's like, no, you're gonna do the things that I want you to do. So right there is wrong. We're wrong for trying to change people the way they are, the way they do, how they do it. I'm like, I want someone that is him, that is able to be himself. Like I don't want him to pretend to be someone else. Like I don't care what car you have. I don't care like, what you have in your, hey, you want to just take me for ice cream? Let's go for ice cream. Like I'm not asking for anything. Just like I want to get to know you, but you're not going to tell me how am I going to get to know you, because it's me getting to know you.
I don't think
That's-
anybody's ever. I don't think it. Sorry to. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. Go ahead, finish.
No, and the reason why is because if you're asking me for dinner, I'll be like, yeah, how about lunch? Or how about breakfast?
So Saida,
like,
Wait, hold on, Lauren. Let me, because I was waiting for her to finish. So if I'm gonna tell you right, actually, let me ask, Saida, are you currently in a relationship?
Yeah.
You said yes?
Yes.
Okay, so to the rest of the ladies out here, okay, I'm going to tell you right now that if men are trying to engage with you and they say things like, hey, let's get some dinner, and you're like, and he's cleared his schedule in order to invite you into his world, and you say, oh, well, let's do lunch, or just intentionally being whatever, I'm gonna tell you right now, that man's gonna see that, he's gonna be like, oh, okay, she ain't being cooperative, cool, I'll move on.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Just that quick. So I was gonna ask.
Yeah, you won't even make it to the goddamn restaurant, baby. You won't make it to the restaurant. She won't make it to the restaurant, Quest.
Thank you. So I'm gonna ask the ladies on the panel. I would appreciate it if you'd be very candid, right? What is y'all's current situations, dating, married, or single? And then I also would like to know, the follow-up to that is, have you been engaged? Have you been in long-term relationships and things of that nature? Because I'm asking for a reason. I'm trying to get to something. So if y'all could y'all just tell me that? Just go around the panel if you don't mind.
So
Can I also say before that, because I know that you ask a question like to everybody, but so am I supposed to be 100% available 24/7 for a man? Because
No, but you ain't supposed to be available to you either, though. If
no,
we're,
because
let me say,
just want to make
if we setting a date and it's my money I'm spending on this date,
okay.
you need to adjust your schedule to me. I'm not adjusting my schedule to you because you're not paying a goddamn thing. Mark me down,
Okay.
Kelly.
All right,
You're not paying shit.
I hear you. I hear
So
you
if
on that,
I'm
but like,
you got to adjust to my schedule. Now, with me, I'm not taking your ass out to eat first. First thing first on the first day. We're going to a
yeah.
coffee shop and we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna sit down and we're gonna engage. And if I feel like it's not going nowhere, I'm gonna finish my cup up of coffee and walk in out.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'll say to your question, Saida.
Mm-hmm.
You said, should you be 100%? Can you say it one more time? That way
24/7 available. And the reason why I'm asking is because I go to the gym, I cook, I do stuff. So I have like a routine already.
Clearly.
So if he asks, like he cannot ask me on a Wednesday, you want to go to dinner tonight? I'll be like, I'm so sorry, I can't tonight. Like, can we do this any other day?
Okay.
He's not the owner of my schedule.
Okay. All right. Clearly.
Yeah, you ain't gonna make it.
Let me break this down, right? And we're not talking about you because it's never us, right? We're talking about just in general, ladies. If this is the mentality that you have, where it's like, do I need to be 24/7 open to his schedule? So if you find this man to be potential, important, somebody that you could potentially be spending the rest of your life with, that you peeled back the layers and you're like, this dude could be that one, then it would probably be in your best interest for things that are not all the way that important. Now, if you said at this time, I need to go to work, cool, we understand that. But if you said, hey, well, that's usually the time I go to the gym. You can't take one day off of gym to link up with me to go to dinner, that I want to treat you, that I'm the one that's saying, hey, I find you important enough to put you into my schedule. I'm going to tell you right now, red flags. If you prioritize something like, I'm not suggesting don't prioritize the gym, ladies, right? Because I know it's gonna be somebody in the chat that be like, well, y'all say y'all want us to go to the gym. That's not what I'm getting at. And if that's what you take from this is a little bit higher level conversation than you're ready to handle. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you prioritize something like the gym over a potential relationship with somebody that you could be spending the rest of your life with, then I think you got some priority issues. So yes, I do think if it's somebody that you want to spend the rest of your life with, you should be willing to move things around your schedule to meet him at where he's saying meet him at, right? If he's saying meet me for dinner, or let's do dinner, or let's go to the whatever, then you should be trying to do that.
I agree. I think you should absolutely be prioritizing anybody that you have that deep connection with. You want that connection to grow. It has good intent on both sides. Like, there's been times where my schedule has been crazy, but if the person that I am interacting with that I like, and when I'm around you, I like the energy, I enjoy spending time with you, I'm gonna make something shake. I'm gonna make something happen. And I'm showing you that I'm taking the initiative. Like, I like you. I want to get to know you more. I want to spend more time with you, because that is going to also show that person that the level of commitment that you're willing to put in it, even in the beginning when you like that person. So imagine the level of commitment you're gonna get once you get the ring. But I feel like if somebody isn't prioritizing me, but you're telling me, oh, I like you so much, when I'm around you, I enjoy spending time with you, but you aren't prioritizing me, you're not making time for me, like, that's a contradiction.
You know where, you know what, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but you know where the misunderstanding is that and it's probably my English, I always say it, you gave me more context, because you're saying you're interacting with this person, you're actually like him, you're actually like attracted to him. That's different than just saying anyone can come to me and ask me for a date. That's the way that I was understanding.
Yeah,
but
nobody's saying that.
Okay, so it's very generalized to the point that in my head it's like, no man can just come to me and tell me, and I'm gonna look at him I'm gonna see his potential. He has no potential at that moment, literally no potential, and I don't fall for potential. So she just gave me more that what I can agree with what you're saying together, because it's like, I really like the person, I enjoy the conversations, I really want to get to know more. That's way different than what I was understanding. So
right.
I apologize.
I'll say this, fellas, if you're in the chat and you think just because you approach a woman, be like, hey, that she's agreeing that she'll take you, yeah, I'll go out on a date with you. And the very first thing you say was, all right, well, let's meet here. Let's do this on the very first conversation. I think we need to be a little bit more reasonable, fellas. Okay. Now, after you understand that you guys have had time to establish certain things, right? And that she knows you're intentional. You understand that she's intentional. And now at this point, you're asking her for a date, or you saying, hey, let me take you here, or let me take you there. And you're noticing that she's not clearing unimportant things out of the way so you all can connect, that you are not a priority. Pack it up and move on. That's what I'm getting at. Now, I do want the ladies to address the original question, though, is what is your status? Dating, single, married, whatever. And then also, what is your dating history? Like, the length of your relationships. The reason why I ask that is, that way I'm not keeping secrets or nothing. The reason why I ask that is, if you are having terrible outcomes, maybe you need to change your practices. If you think that, oh, well, I don't have to be this, or I don't have to do that, because you get whatever it is that some of you ladies are caught up on, maybe you need to change your practices if you don't have the type of turnouts or results that you desire. So, ladies, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you be candid, but if you don't mind.
No. So I'm single. I am single, and I haven't had a lot of boyfriends, honestly. I've maybe had about, I say about maybe 4. I've had like 4 relationships, and all of my relationships have been really like long, but I was kind of like looking at looks, and that was kind of like the forefront, like in my younger days, of what I was looking for. And because I really just didn't know. I knew what type of father I had, but I always went the opposite of what I grew up seeing. Yeah.
So let me just touch that real quick. So you're saying that you always went for looks, and I mean, let's just be honest now, right? I ain't trying to tear you up, Siobhan, but I'm just saying, but you still looking at looks because you dropping DMs and come on, and Michael B. Jordan shit. You know what I mean?
No. Okay.
It's a question though. It's a question. Are you being serious about saying that I don't look at looks like that anymore?
Yeah, I
like
really
it's not the top priority like how it was before. Go ahead.
No, so when it came to Michael B. Jordan, yes, he is fine as hell. Okay, he is to me, right? But at the end of the day, like that's not. I don't have to have a Michael B. Jordan. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I saw he was heartbroken. Okay, I saw that.
You were just trying to give him a shoulder to cry on.
I know how I am when my heart is broken, so I just wanted to reach out and tell him that I was so sorry that he was going through that. Okay.
So the other thing that I would like to mention is that you brought up, which I find to be very important, even more important than the Michael B. Jordan thing, is why you would choose to go in the opposite direction of your father. If you don't have to answer that.
No, you're fine. I think that I've always been told personally, like, oh, you're gonna get a basketball player, you're stunning, you're gonna get this, you're gonna get that. And then at my younger age, I was like, it kind of messed with me mentally, honestly, because that's all when somebody tells you that and people continue to tell you that, you start to think like, damn, that's probably gonna be my life. That's probably gonna be what I'm doing. You know, so I really didn't want to go to school. I really didn't, because I already had that stigma in my mind that that's what my life was going to be. So did seeing my father be the amazing man that he was? Yes, I knew what I needed. I didn't want it at that time because I wasn't ready. I really wasn't ready to have a man like my father.
All right, so let's move on to the next lady, if you don't mind. Saida, you want to go next?
Yeah. Well, I would say it's probably boring, but my first boyfriend, I had it when I was 19, and it started really bad because he lied. He was already married, and I did not know that. So he had like a double life there, and when I was 19, very young, very innocent, and he knew my family. Like, we were together like for almost 3 years. But one day, Earth just ate him, and I'm like, what happened? He just disappeared. And it seems like his wife found out that he was in a relationship with someone else. But his mom called me and said that she understand that I wasn't the cause of it because he admitted that he was lying to me the entire time.
So what was your next relationship?
I was engaged. And he passed away. Okay. And then I was with the father of my kid. That's pretty much after my kid is 9 years old. I'm 36. So I've only had serious relationships, 4 boyfriends. That's it. Okay. Probably in the last 2 years since 2020, is what I can say. I have dated other men, like, and more like getting to know them more before like I go into a relationship. Because in my country, it's like when you go out with someone and then you start a relationship, it's gonna last. We are into like long relationships, but I knew that I needed to get to know them more. So yeah.
So
that's pretty much.
First off, I apologize for your loss. Sorry for your loss, right? Not apologize, but I'm sorry for your loss. Condolences to you and your family, regardless of how long ago it happened, right? So, I just want to say that. Lauren?
Yes. All right. So I am single. I actively date. Let's see. I think I've had three or four, you could say 4 of my high school sweetheart, but I've had 3 long-term adult relationships. And I would say from like my first serious relationship was in my early 20s, and it ended in engagement. However, we did not go through with it. I wasn't ready to be married at that time. I was like 20, 21, and he was ready for marriage, children, and things of that nature, but I wasn't confident enough that I would be a good mother or a good wife, not because I didn't have the capabilities. It was just I didn't have like that.
You were still in them streets.
No. Actually, I wasn't. I was in the military, and so like I was in the. It was one of those types that you meet in boot camp type thing.
Yeah,
you know,
I got you.
It was moving too fast. I mean, great guy, like amazing guy. It was just I wasn't ready at that time, and I didn't feel it was fair for me to keep him around, and knowing that because he was gonna wait until I came around, but like I never knew when, and I didn't feel fair. It didn't feel fair to keep him around knowing that I'm still unsure and he's like all in. And so obviously that ended. And then I would say the next serious relationship was the first time I ever dated a guy that was divorced. First time ever dated a guy that had children. And so that was a crazy relationship because it was like I was playing the mother role. I wouldn't even say mother role because they had a good mother, but it was when they were in our custody or in our care, it was like, okay, I went into mommy role. Like, I'm teaching the babies how to read and write and tie their shoes and potty training, all of that good stuff. And but the father, he still had a lot of, I would say, like resentment towards his ex-wife, the children of the mothers, or the children of his mother, or the mother of the children. And so that didn't go very well. And but it's not even to say that it was a bad relationship. All of the people that I've dated, they have been teachers, if you will. They have given me a lot of like insight and wisdom based upon just life and just relationships in general. And I'm really grateful for all of them because there were things that they taught me that helped me mature and become more wiser on my journey. It helped me be more self-reflective as well as accountable, because it's like, it takes two to tango. It's never just the other person. It's always, you can always find a space in your relationship where you could have done something better, or maybe you didn't do something good enough, or whatever the case may be. And I felt like there were, those relationships really just kind of taught me how to be more discerning, but also how to be more, I don't know, how to show up in an appropriate way. And one thing about me, I'm all for the person that I'm with. Like, I will give you enough trust until, for whatever reason, there's no more, until you give me a reason not to trust you anymore. And so going through that, it was just like, it was great relationships. They're good people. I wish them well. I'm proud of them even to this day. So yeah.
So, all right, well, let me ask this then. Would you go back and date them again?
I would say, I don't know. That's weird. Not because they weren't good men, but it's like.
I mean, just a yes or no, darling. Be honest. That means no. Watch out, man. Come on, stop playing, man.
I would say no. And I'm only saying no out of respect, because one of my exes.
They're married.
Right.
They're married.
And out of respect,
that's fair. We ain't gotta know no names, nothing like that. So all I'm saying is, if you wouldn't go back and date them, are you making the proper changes on picking?
Oh right? Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So
yeah, absolutely.
So Tam, you up, baby?
My turn. Okay, I'm single, and I wouldn't say I'm currently dating because I don't really go out enough. I be in the house. So I got to put myself out there more to actually meet people. I made this little funny joke. I think on Friday's show is that my cousin was like, the only way you're going to meet a man is if he break in your house and come get you, because I don't be outside. So, but I got to.
Is that what you desire?
To be outside? Well,
No, having a dude. Having a man.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm not a person that feels like I have to be out in the streets to find a good man.
How he supposed to find you? Not you find him. How he supposed to find you?
Trust me, a lot of men find Tim.
Amazon. Amazon.
I want to have this direct conversation with Sam right now.
I don't think you have to be in the streets every single weekend to be able to find a quality man. Why do you be out
in the streets, Sam?
I mean, just like going out. How else are you going to meet people? I can naturally meet people if I'm going to the grocery store, if I'm going to the gas station, those types of things. But to actively be out there in an environment where you can mix and mingle with people, you have to be in some type of happy hour club environment. How else are you able to meet them if you're just not just meeting them off of by chance at the grocery store, at the gas station?
Agreed.
So I am not in a happy hour club environment every single weekend to be able to mix and mingle and find someone. Yes, you can do the whole dating websites and those things, and I've tried that. But it's not really my thing. It's not
Stay
really
off there.
Yeah.
it's not really my thing, but you know, I've been single for a year now. It just hit a year. My last relationship, we were designing my engagement ring before, you know, we broke up. Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
What happened? Would you date him again?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay.
not. No.
So here's what I'll say, Tam. Can you tell me what your age was again?
I'm 40.
Tam, listen.
Good.
Listen. Yeah. You see this shit right here, what women doing right now? Hey,
No, hold on. No, but in my defense quest, I was in a relationship. We were designing my engagement ring, and then we broke up. I took a year to heal from that relationship. So I'm not bringing any baggage into anything new.
Okay.
That's the right thing to do.
That man put me through, that I am healed from that, and I can recognize certain characteristics and traits in somebody else that I know that are red flags moving forward. So the point is, people are jumping into relationship after relationship after relationship, and you're wondering why it's not working out. No one is taking proper time to heal. So now that I'm healed, now I'm ready to get back out there. But make no mistake about it, there's no shortage of men that's checking for me. Let's be
sure.
Facts, Tam.
Tam, you're a beautiful woman.
That
Tam, you're a
was a
very
big
beautiful
flex
woman,
right there. But
I seen you in person. You're a beautiful woman, right? So I believe you that there are men out there checking for you, as they should, right? But what I'll say is, there's a fine line between you going through an intense, extensive process trying to heal and recover from something that he put you through, and then waiting too long. You know what I mean? Because, like, listen, first off, let me be very clear with every woman on the panel, everybody that's in the chat. I don't care who you are. Quest is 100% in my core. I want all Black women, or as many as humanly possible, to be in relationships and be married. That is what I want to see with our women. I put that on my children's heads. You understand? I really believe that. So if I come off and I say something and I'm aggressive, or I'm like kind of like harsh, it's because I really be wanting that for y'all. I really do. I talk about this all the time with my wife, right? I really want that. So, but what I'm not gonna do is be like, yes, girl, I'm not doing all that. I'm gonna tell you straight up, you about to look, we about to send your ass to the wall. You about to be part. Come on now.
We had that whole conversation on the She Critique about women hitting the wall. I'm not in denial about that. I am okay with that. But what I'm not going to do is, I'm not going to allow the pressures of whoever else make me go and jump into something else with somebody else, and I haven't fully healed from my past relationship. I don't agree with that. So if that means that, you know, I hit the wall by whatever standards of hitting the wall, then I just hit the wall. But I'm not going to jump into relationship to relationship and it's not working out, because at that point there has to be some self-reflection on the women who keep jumping from relationship to relationship. What are you doing? Why isn't the relationships aren't lasting, or at least getting to the engagement part of the relationship where it's going to get to the next level? We all could be out here dating till we old and gray, but what's the point in that? What's the point of actually dating?
I agree with you. I mean, it's good that you took the time to heal and not go for relationship. Because let me tell you, no white man wants to deal with a broken ass woman. No man.
Exactly.
White man. I mean, now Pookie and Ray Ray, they love broken women, but no white man want to deal with a broken ass woman, because man, it's a headache they don't have to deal with. They out here trying to conquer the world, and then have to deal with a broken ass woman. No, hell no, I can't have you be a burden on my life.
Hey Tim, I had a sidebar question. I had a sidebar question for you. If he had just gone out and picked the engagement ring on his own initiative, would you have valued the engagement just the same?
Absolutely.
I know you said you were designing it, so it was more like a collaborative effort.
Yes, it was both of us designing it together. So when my ex, he was very intentional with like us dating. He knew exactly what he wanted. He knew he wanted to be married. So he asked me early on in the relationship to, you know, if I had an image of the type of ring that I would want to be proposed to, what it looked like. And he told me to send it to him. So I sent it to him. And then, you know, when we got to that point, it was like, okay, let's go start looking at rings, because the type of ring you want, like, we're probably going to have to really design that. But it was no requirement that I had that said I had to have this type of ring. It was just, I guess he felt like he wanted to give me something that I wanted, but I didn't necessarily need that, because I want the marriage more than I want the ring. I want the marriage more than I want a wedding. I don't even want a big wedding. But my ex was the type of person, he liked to kind of show off. So he likes the fancier side of things. So he's like, no, we need a big wedding. We need it. Whereas I'm like, we don't need that. We can have an intimate reception, and we could go down to the courthouse and get married. We could put that money towards an investment. We could put that money towards a bomb ass honeymoon where we can go somewhere and we can stay for 2-3 weeks. Like, I don't believe in spending unnecessary money on a wedding that's for the people anyway. It's not even for you. It's for the guest.
I feel you. So
Shout out to the courthouse wedding, baby.
hypothetically, if there wasn't that design process phase and he just picked a ring on his own initiative, just observing you and feeling like he got the right one, you would have been engaged.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the reason, you know, I'm not going to go into, you know, too much of my personal business on here. But the relationship ended because there was something that was hidden from me when I first met him, and he was going to continue to hide it from me until someone in his family spilled the beans. And that ultimately was the demise of the relationship. I didn't immediately want to walk away after finding out the information. I was really trying to understand why you would keep something like that from me. And it was his lack of accountability and wanting to just own your shit. Like, you lied, you got caught, just own your shit. But he was the type of person, he doesn't know how to deal with conflict. So it's easy for him to just kind of be in a situation where it's like, I did it, I'm sorry, forget it, let's let it go, let's move on. There was no accountability, none whatsoever. So unfortunately, I had to walk away from that.
So you
Say no more, Tam. Say no more.
You bring up an interesting point, though. You said that he was the type of person that did not know how to deal with conflict. Mm-hmm. How long did it take you to establish or to find that out, recognize that, and know it was like, yeah, no, this is him?
So with conflict, he could handle like, oh, you left the toilet seat up, minor conflict. You know what I'm saying? Minor little disagreements.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about conflict.
No, we really didn't have any issues of conflict. So it was a good relationship. It was a really good relationship until he kept something that ultimately destroyed the relationship because he wasn't being honest. And then he didn't know how to have accountability and to own up to your shit, especially if this is the woman or the man that you love and you don't want to lose them. And they weren't just willing to throw in the towel after finding out the truth. They were still willing to try to understand your thought process and where you were coming from so we can try to fix it in some way. But he didn't want to have any accountability because that would have required him to shed light on more things that he didn't want me to know about, that I eventually, after we broken up, found out about. So he didn't want to deal with it. And for me, I can't be with someone that doesn't know how to handle conflict. That's not what a marriage is. So you mean to tell me if I married you and another conflict came about that you're not going to deal with it? That's just going to be the end of a marriage? I'm not getting married to get divorced. I'm getting married to hopefully for that to be my one and only marriage. So I need somebody that's going to put in the work, especially if you were the one that did wrong.
Hey, look, if you get caught doing something stupid, fellas, you got to own that. You got to own that junk, man. Like, you really do. Like, I mean, I don't know what it was. I'm not asking or anything of that nature. But if you get caught doing something at that level for a woman to say, I'm out of here, you got to own it, bro. And then what type of man are you if you can't? If you're engaged with a woman, if you're at that level in a relationship with somebody and you get caught on something and you can't be a man and tell the truth on whatever that thing is, man, like, are you really the man?
And let me be clear, it wasn't cheating, because I believe in people make mistakes. Now, what you're not going to do, you're not going to continue to cheat on me. What I'm not going to do is support the behavior, you constantly doing that to me. But I am also one of those people where I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. We make mistakes. So it wasn't like, oh, he cheated on me and I was like, I'm leaving. This is somebody that I was planning a future with. So no, it wasn't that. It was something way deeper than that. But like I said, I'm not going to go into the specifics and the details. Trust and believe it was something that was detrimental to the relationship to where it had to end.
Enough said. Hey, Kelly, so we you ain't answered the question yet. We all know, Kelly, you dating. But like, well, I guess the other half of my question was, what have your previous relationships been like? Were they like long? Were they extensive? Were they short? Like, you know what I mean?
My relationship information is not for the internet. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's cool. All right. Well, anyways, my point was, ladies, when I brought this question up, is if we're talking about, damn, JR, why you took the ticker away?
Oh, I was transitioning.
It was about leadership, right? And if you're prioritizing one thing over the other, right? Looks and superficiality over, qualities that matter, you know what I mean, in a relationship, that in a marriage, things of that nature, right? Like if you've noticed that you've done this in the past and you've had terrible outcomes, or just outcomes that you didn't desire. I'm not gonna say terrible ones, just the outcome that you desired. If you didn't achieve that, are you willing to go back, look at yourself in the mirror, not just blame whoever else is out, who the other person was? Look at yourself in the mirror and be like, yo, I'm climbing the ladder. I'm getting the same outcomes, regardless of how melodic it was during the relationship. And he did this one thing, whatever that thing was, right? Are you guys honest enough with yourselves to be like, you know what? I need to change my habits, or I need to change my approach on this thing. That way I can achieve the desired outcome. That's literally my purpose behind going around the panel and kind of digging and peeling back the layers on some of you guys' relationships.
All right. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got some super chats. Yvonne?
Yeah.
All right.
Marcel 499 sounds like injuries or icy hot. Crew Season 999, talk that talk, Quest.
Big shout out to the crew.
Gerard Johnson, $5. At Kelly, what you're referring to is called considered an outlier. If you trust and love that man unconditionally, y'all already on the same page. Gerard Johnson, $5. Leadership versus control, when the simplest things acts become an issue. Definite G, $5. Control equals force, leadership equals insight. Ben 199, Hink, King Rio, Ricky, I would swear they're brothers. Yes, benevolent logic. As the husband, my wife understands that I will always consider her advice, suggestions, and recommendations. However, just because the final decision doesn't look like the information she proposed doesn't mean it wasn't considered.
Facts.
Charles Keys Sr., $5. A woman from El Salvador know what to do in the kitchen, bedroom, home, no instruction needed. Ricky Williams, $5. Change your attraction. Funny how the attraction changes when the options dwindle. In most cases, too many options is a bad thing. Jailer Baba, $5. I disagree that a man who takes care of himself cannot be high quality.
Thank you.
Uncle Luke, 1980s, $10. I believe that women, or Black women in general, fail to understand that men bring more than just their looks to be attractive. Women are valued for their physical beauty. Men are valued for other things. Jason C, $20. This is why your past matters, not the numbers per se. It's about habits. Every action you take and decision you make bolsters those habits, and everyone who has a habit, good or bad, knows how hard it is to break it. Uncle Luke 1980s, $2. Saida, were you raised in your country or USA?
My country. I've never left my
Rebellious Videos, $2. Hink looks like he calls people jive turkeys.
He does.
Ross C74, $4.99. Happy Sunday, good people. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Men's podcast. Woo, woo.
Salute to you, brother. Thank you.
Uncle Luke 1980s, $5. I understand, Quest, where you're coming from, and I commend you for wanting to get sisters married, but it is over, man. Our community is too far gone, bro.
Hey, do you hear this, ladies? Ladies, like, honestly, it was funny, but honestly, if we just take a second just to even listen to what this man is saying, there are men out here, there are black men out here that's just like, which I'm sure I'm not telling you something that y'all don't already know, right? That are like, yo, it's over for y'all. This is why I'm asking y'all, do you guys take a second to say, you know what? Maybe it wasn't everything that they were doing, the other person in that relationship. Maybe I need to point them fingers back at me and give myself a check and give myself a straightening. I don't say this, honestly, I don't say this on the internet like to beat y'all down, even though I know sometimes my approach is a little harsh and a little, add this to the ticker. My approach is fucked up.
Really?
My approach is fucked up at times. You know what I'm saying? Only count that as one though. You know what I'm saying? But I will say, what I'm telling you is the truth. If you do not have the desired outcome, just maybe, it may be you and not just necessarily him. Go back. Go ahead, Gerald, my bad.
I just wanted to say that as women, we have to be more realistic about everything. For example, Tam, she said she's 40, and automatically everybody was saying, "Oh, the wall," and it's okay. And I like the fact that she said, "Oh, I'm realistic about it," but now we have to think what comes with it. Like me, for example, I'm 36. I know that I don't have much time if I want to have another kid, which I do. I only have one daughter. She's 9. And the next man in my life is going to be someone that I really want to be with. And, you know, if he wants to procreate with me. So we don't have much time, that's for sure. But if he wants to have like 5 kids, I have to be realistic and tell him I can't. I probably won't be able to. And now also, like, you know, the older we get, those chances of having, you know, thinking I'm going to have a kid, I'm going to have a family decreases just because biologically it's going to be harder for us. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just more difficult. And we have to be realistic about it. Now, since I want an older man than myself, that man probably has kids already. That man is, you know, obviously is older than me, but that doesn't mean that he has to be effed up in life just because, you know, I'm 36, I'm going to take whatever. That's not what it means. It means that we have to be more realistic about what is out there. It's going to be a man with kids. Then am I willing to accept that? Am I willing to go through that? You know, those things that you have to kind of consider. You know, maybe if you're not going to have kids, then consider adoption and then talk about with this person, you know, like, because at the end, what you want is to grow old with someone.
Yeah, and the older you get, the more accepting you are of whatever it is that they got going on. My bad, JR.
P. Parker here, 199. I like to hear what Saida has to say.
Hey, Saida, ¿de dónde eres?
Del Salvador.
Okay.
All right, you guys just tuning in again. Welcome to Lapeef Sundays. Make sure you get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic of the afternoon.
I've been to El Sal. Dangerous place.
Beautiful place.
Are there some careers women?
What happened to you in El Salvador?
My bad, JR. Go ahead.
I let JR do his thing, baby.
I guess this conversation is more important. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, hell what they talking about, JR.
Are there some careers women should stay away from to maintain their femininity?
That's a good question.
Hey, ladies, I
Are
know
there
y'all
some
listen.
careers women should stay away from to maintain their femininity? I'm gonna go with the people that hasn't had a chance to really speak too much. King Rio, Lauren, Jay. Start with you guys first.
I'd say garbage truck, heavy lifting, things that smell. Don't nobody really want a woman that's coming home stinking. You know what I mean? And cruddy, right? And too wide across the back. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta make sure that we're keeping those things in mind because ultimately we have to be attracted to you. You know what I mean? You gotta come on. So yeah, I think that's a very important thing to consider.
Too wide
Shout
across
out to
the
the stinker
back.
hoes, man. The stinker hoes got to be loved too, don't they?
Yeah, I agree with Rio. Any job that is like menial or it's just hard labor, stay away from it. If a woman can, if the option is there for her to work or not to work, I think she would take the option not to, but she has to have the option. I would say, yeah, I think women would be more successful if they're able to do things that allow them to be more creative, and that helps maintain that femininity. So anything outside of that would probably be, something they should steer clear of.
Someone said the military. I know we do have some military. Again, thank you guys for your service. Do you guys think that's a field that women should stay away from?
I mean, I would suggest, ladies, hey, somebody need to mute up. Hey, Sarah, Asida, I think that's you. You mute up? Yeah. So here's what I'll say. Clearly, I'm married to a military woman. I would suggest that my wife is different. She's different from what I've seen in the military. Now, I spent 20 years in, so I had my fair share of being around military women. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I know it's y'all gonna be ruffled. The military reinforces masculine behavior, masculine qualities. And in order to progress in your career path, right, you have to really grab hold of those masculine qualities and like take them on as your own. So, and I won't even suggest just military. I'm just preaching because that's what somebody asked, right? But I would suggest any type of job that's going to reinforce qualities that men hate. Lawyers, you guys are argumentative, right? Like all that's doing is reinforcing you wanting to over the top debate and why I got to do this. Well, why I need the definition of this, or why I need to get some understanding here. I'm telling you, those are jobs: military, lawyers, cops, police, wide back construction workers. Y'all here re-roofing. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you around men all day, you gonna turn into a doggone man. These are the facts. So yes, like I said, I think my wife is extraordinary because she was so grounded in what she was raised to be by her mother and father in her household that she ain't even fazed by this military stuff. It's not moving her like how that is. And additionally, well, let me not say that. Right, she still got a job, right? But yeah, so that's what I say about that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there are some professions, definitely, but I do really feel like it's the individual. I feel like the individual, if they're a feminine individual, in terms of their craft, yeah, they may carry a certain thing, but if they're generally a feminine, the way that they carry themselves, I don't feel that that'll interfere. I feel that they'll always be that at their core. The job, it may harden their damn hands. You don't want to feel no hard ass hands rubbing your back and your thighs. You know what I mean? I can understand that portion of it. But
nope.
I do agree with y'all in terms of military, and I think that's a real crazy balance because I've dated a woman that was a high rank in the military. And, I'm kind of like unfiltered. Once I'm comfortable, I'll say what's on my mind. And, she was real, like, she was a captain. And I'm like, you're not my motherfucking captain. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that you go to work and you speak to these people who look like me and you have a rank, but you come to me, I'm telling jokes and you flipping out over some joke. You're not my fucking captain now. You know, I'm a civilian, but you're not my fucking captain. You their captain. So to balance that, I think a man in the military would need to date a woman in the military to balance that in most capacity. I haven't had any success dating a woman in the military because of that, especially if they were high ranking. You know what I mean? Because where I'm at, there's a base, like a, you know, the base that everybody comes through. So
I'm agree with that, fellas. Do not, if you in the military, don't go out here trying to date somebody that's outranking you. The trump card gonna get pulled. It's gonna get pulled, bro. My wife has never outranked me by any means, right? Any way of the word, you know what I mean? Lauren, I'm kind of curious.
Why does that matter? Why does somebody outrank you? See, that's some of y'all men problem is that y'all be so mad.
I don't think he was saying it was the man's problem. I think it's the woman. So if the woman outranked you and she's been around all these men, it's a different type of mindset. I don't think you can really gauge that unless you're in there. But I do have an understanding of what Quest and what Jay is saying.
I have a quick question though. That just came to my mind for some reason. Men that have been in the military they also behave in a certain way. That why would you talk to your woman like if you're their captain, or you know, like you should be her husband? So should that also be balanced then?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that there are plenty of men I've come. So okay, so let me give you a little bit of context here. Before I became a special forces operator, right? Before I did that, I was a military police officer. So like, especially on a base like Fort Bragg, that has a huge cantonment area, which means like a lot of like on base housing. Like I come across all kinds of domestic disputes, like an absorbent amount of domestics on base having to pull dudes out of their home because they done beat the crap out of somebody, or the arguments, or the neighbors done called because of this. And I mean, on base housing is a nightmare. Okay. And a lot of times, I'm not gonna say a lot of times, because I'll say I've gone across situations and incidents at people's homes where it was kind of split down the middle, where it's like the dude who was doing the most and the woman was doing the most. Sometimes these women be beating the crap out of some of these little military men in their households. Some of these civilians, I'm telling you.
What?
And now it may be because they're trying to restrain themselves because they know what's going to happen with them at work and so on and so forth, and how they're going to lose rank, position, money, all these different things. But then there's a lot of times where you have men, and there's YouTube videos, you can find them, that are over the top aggressive with their wives and things of that nature, and beating the crap out of them, cussing them all out, handling them all kinds of ways in the grocery stores that's on base and all kinds. You see this stuff, right? So no, I do think that, but that there's no difference there than anywhere else in the world, right? Pick correctly, right? If I was that person with, at the time, girlfriend, now wife, do you think we would be together right now? No, because she knew how to pick, right? She wasn't finna pick some dude who was like overly aggressive and beating the crap out of her and da. Nah, that just ain't gonna work. So pick better, and it don't matter what field you in, ladies and men, which is kind of why the conversation is here now. But go ahead.
All right. So are there any other careers that women should stay away from in order to maintain their femininity?
Yeah, HR managers.
Why so?
I don't know.
My ex-wife was an HR manager, man, and she always tried to bring in bullshit in. I said, look, I'm not talking to HR. I think I'm talking to my wife. I'm not talking to HR with it. I won't file a goddamn grievance.
But I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I think it'll be. But I had to constantly remind her that this is not what we're doing here. I'm not your employee. You know, and so when they're in that position, it seems like they can't turn shit off. I think any management position, truth be told, because they have authority over not only women but men too. So
I can see both parts. I can honestly see probably maybe any woman in management would it's for some women, it might be hard for them to be able to, you know, turn that masculinity off at work with having to be the boss. I'm in project management, so I think we have to be mindful of being able to remember, don't bring work home. So don't bring that face that you have to put on for the people in the office. Don't bring that home. Your husband, boyfriend, fiance, significant other, your partner, or whatever it is you're choosing to call them, shouldn't have to battle you on the home front because you're still stuck in work mode. We have to, when you pull into that driveway and you get out that car, you have to be able to take that management hat off and leave it in the car and come into the house into peace.
Big facts. Big facts. I'll say my wife does that excellently because it's a lot of madness that be going on at her job on base where she at right now. And she knows I can't bring that into my household with my husband and our son. So yeah, you big facts, Tam.
I just wanted to add that if the man's job is to bring the resources and the woman's job is to manage the resources in the house, because she's the one staying in the house, that's what actual human resources does, manage the resources. So like, let's look at it as if it is a company. And I'm saying because I've been into human resources, and sometimes, yes, you have to really know how to talk to people. And I agree the fact that you have to separate that from work, but you have to know how to manage the resources well as, you know, hey, we are bringing these resources, and I'm going to say, okay, this goes this way and that way. I'm not saying you have to do it this way. That's the problem, where you trying to demand, you know, certain things from the man, or you're trying to tell him what to do. No, that's not what it's managing the resources means. So I think we have to learn as women, and I'm saying very generally, including myself, we have to learn how to separate that from, you know, at the end of the day, you're home, you're managing the resources, because the men cannot do both jobs, bringing the resources and managing the resources. It's like, come on, you need help, right? So you have to allow the help too.
I think we're getting a little too literal on the title of that job. Human resources, right? You saying just resources. No, as a person that is in the job field of human resources, what is your, since you worked in human resources, what was your actual job description? What were you managing? Were you managing resources or were you managing humans?
Humans, of course.
Thank you.
I was managing
So then I would suggest that point is mute, because if you were actually in your job description managing resources, then you'd have a fair argument. But you're managing people, right? And you can't come home managing your husband. It's not how that works. That's why we suggest that human resources is not a job that we want our women to have.
No, I get you, but the way companies
is managing.
I see it. No, and I get you. Like, what human resources see is, that's why it's called human resources, because humans become a resource in a company. That's why I'm saying, like, but it's fine. Don't worry.
I think I have to agree with Tam on this one, but I also think it's based individually upon the woman, because I think you can be in a position and still maintain your femininity. I think you can manage people well in a feminine way. Being the boss doesn't necessarily mean being masculine. You don't have to go into work being a man. You can be a woman and still maintain control in the workplace. But I think some women manage it better in the home. Like when they come home, they know how to turn it off. They know, okay, I'm at home. I still have to remain in submission to my husband because he is the head of the household. Some women don't do that. Like my sister is, she's over like 100 employees, and she has to like delegate duties all day long. And sometimes when she talks to me, I'm like, I'm not your employee. Who are you talking to? And this is my baby sister. So she doesn't really know how to turn it off per se when she gets home or when she's having conversations outside of work. But some women transition flawlessly. I've seen it both ways. So I just think it's how you manage it.
I don't think it's the hardest thing ever. I think that it is, it depends how many people you are actually, managing. because if you're only managing a couple of people, it's easier. But when you have like you said, like your sister with 100 people, it's hard to transition that quickly. You know what I mean? I personally, I sit in my car for a second before I even come into the house because I don't want that negative energy in my house, you know, because there's so many things that you have to do throughout the day where, you know, you have to kind of like just scale back a little bit. And sometimes I could think that I'm calm when I walk in the house, but I'm really not calm because something has frustrated me, or I have to be super calm on how I say stuff to certain employees, or let alone because I'm friendly, I can't treat them like they're my friends. Like, you guys are, and I'm not going to say particularly beneath me, right? But I also have to treat them like I am, like I have rank.
There's subordinates. Yeah.
Yeah, like I absolutely have to. But then when we're out, or I have like little things at the house, or we go out, then I can kind of be myself a little bit, but I still have to be on guard. It's a lot, you know, that you have to deal with when you go to work and come home. So
Hey, but
But you know, the sad part about the situation is some of these women treat their employees way better than they do their own man's husbands, man.
that's true
And
too.
that's a sad situation. I mean,
Well,
y'all treat that white man good. Oh yeah, Mr. Charlie, whatever you need, Mr. Charlie, I got that for you, Mr. Charlie. Come home and see your man. Fuck you. You ain't shit. I'm sick of your ass.
well, Hank, sometimes it's because
Come on, ladies.
Hank, I was going to say sometimes it's because it's the rules and that's put in place, and there's consequences behind the action if they do mistreat them. So when they come home, those particular women have to understand that there's no consequence for their behavior.
This
But
is
you
true.
have to be very self-aware when it comes to that. I totally agree with you. I've noticed that in my case, I had to be very patient at work, and then when I come home, I struggle with the patience with my daughter because I really wanted her to do the things like real quick, and then I had to like kind of like see myself on that and be like, no, I have to be patient with her too. You know, like I have to allow her to give the time. She's not my students at work versus my the person that I was trying to teach. And then, hey, I'm very concerned about the learning method that these people is getting, and I'm not concerned about her learning method, so you have to be very self-aware when it comes to those things and separate that. I agree.
I'm kind of surprised nobody said attorneys. Well, somebody just saying
I did.
No, someone said lawyer. Yes.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick?
Okay.
Someone.
We gotta move on to the next topic. Go ahead.
All right. Someone was visiting El Salvador, and they said that they could see the difference on like women are still in their fields, and we don't notice those things until someone points it at it. Like, you don't see men's in receptions here, you don't see men's as waiters a lot. It's mostly women, so it's kind of like respected. And when they said, oh, you actually can see that there's no women like picking trash, I cannot even picture myself a woman. I have never seen a woman picking trash, to be honest. Or like
to the wide backs. Shout out to the wide backs, Rio.
What do you mean picking trash?
Like,
you mean like homeless?
No, honey. Like working working as a.
I'm just trying to understand what you mean.
No, like you said, working as a like.
Oh, like garbage man. Okay, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
and like constructions and things like that, even because like the situation is difficult for some people, and they might want to do the job, and they are like in the construction field, but she's the one moving the flags, like she's not actually building anything. So it's still like men put her in a position where she's still a woman there. So that's also their job as a man is to protect her and make sure that she's, even though she's working and earning some money, she's still like being in a position as a woman. So I just wanted to mention that.
What's crazy is that some of the women that exhibit masculine behavior, and some of the people that podcast, because this is what we're doing, right? We podcasting. That's a label that people associate us with. But I would often talk to people such as like my sister or my mother, and when you give them some advice, or you quote unquote checking them, they say, it's not your podcast. This is not your podcast. I don't know if
Any of you gentlemen have experienced that being on panels?
Wait,
But
say that again now. You said when so say it one more time. I want to
okay,
make sure I hear
so
this correctly.
yeah, because we podcast and we give advice and we had these discussions, people that watch don't often agree, including like my mother and my sister. So when you're having conversations with them, even some of the female friends, like you'll talk to them and you're telling them about their shit, and they say, "This is not your podcast," like don't talk to me like that, because they so used to seeing how people engage and getting checked and getting told about themselves. So I just thought that was hilarious. I wanted to bring it up.
I'll
So
say
it
this.
sounds like
Yeah, I know what you mean, John, because my daughter, she's 26, and I had a conversation with. She said, "There you go, Daddy. Talk like you one of the women on these podcasts." I said, "No, Dad, I'm just trying to enlighten you, educate you, show you something, learn you something. Just listen." But yeah, I
You
know
look
what you
young.
mean. I know what you mean.
Hey, that
You
should
look
have nothing
young,
to do with
Hank.
the podcast, but they want to put you in that box. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do with
you know that.
but
I
that
tell her, hit
sounds
that goddamn like button, baby.
that sounds like we have an issue with you holding them accountable for their behavior. Why does it have to be me checking you or me coming across as, oh, I'm speaking the way to you as if I speak to someone on the podcast? No, it's me calling you out, holding you accountable on your shit when you wrong. I think if you can't hold your friends accountable, you got the wrong type of friends.
Yeah,
So
but
here's
it's
what I say about the ladies. So I'm around a lot of people, or a lot. That sounds kind of foolish. I'm around a lot of women a lot of times, right? And they will come to me and ask me for this advice, or I'll just give them my advice when it comes to like dating or whatever. And never once have I had somebody, who was single, who's out here like trying to. Never have they ever come back and been like, "Oh, this ain't your podcast." I would say, probably 99.9% of the time, respect my perspective because they want what I have, and I don't mean that as in like, I mean a relationship. They want to be a wife. They want to be in a household. Not they want what I got. Not like that. I'm just saying they want like the type of situation that I have. Right? I have a wife. We have a son together. In you know what I mean, in the same household, a nuclear household. That's what they want. So typically they hear my advice and they're like, damn, you know what? Okay, I can work on that. Da 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 da. Never any negative replies or responses ever.
gotcha. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef and Sundays. Make sure we get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We almost to the meat of the conversation, and we know the ladies like the meat.
Hey, and I heard the box too. I be
All
listening.
It is 2022, baby.
Nah, I heard that on Thursday.
right, here we go. When you end a relationship, should your family and friends end their relationship with your ex too? When you end a relationship, should your family and friends end their relationship with your ex too?
Damn.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like this ain't home right there.
It's a privilege to be a part of my world. So those are what you have access to is because of me. So once I'm gone, all of that's gone. It's cut off. Yeah, dog. Take her off the list. None of that. You ain't getting none of that. That's part of the package. Now, I may, depending on how it ended, and we're human, depending on how it ended, depends on, if you cut on your Netflix and it don't work no more, or if you try to watch your shows and they not existing no more. If it ended on some, we need to be away from each other. We don't need to do this, and it's amicable. You can still watch Handmaiden's Tale. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, have fun. But if it ended on some like astronomical ending, nah, dog. Everything's cut off, yo. Don't answer that call.
I feel like if there's children involved, yes, there may be no, there may be situations where, a family member may have to pick up a child or, birthday functions, that type of thing. Yeah, if there's children involved, you can't just say, oh, you can't talk to my ex because we're no longer together. So no, but if there are no children involved, when the relationship is over, it's over, especially if it ended badly. I don't want anybody in my family associating with anybody that is my ex, especially if you know what they did. Like, that's a slap in the face. You want to go still kick it with this person, knowing what they may have done or knowing what she may have done. Like, could you imagine your sister still kicking it with the chick that cheated on you? You would feel so violated. So violated. Like, where's your loyalty?
So I don't really see like anything bad with it, right? Personally, I guess it really does depend on the situation. But me, I really don't care. I don't, because we all know, like, as far as me personally, if we break up, it's over. It's obey. It ain't. It's no coming back. It's nothing. You're not. It's not even a loyalty thing for me. I think that if you genuinely like who I was dating, just as a friend, you're more than welcome to be his friend. I don't care, right? But when children are involved, it's a different aspect on things, because you're pushing, or not really pushing, but I hear something. Hold on.
Because Richard, now, if y'all don't sit y'all tab down back there, I know it's gonna be some heat. Yeah, she going in.
I'm sorry, but yeah, like it. Just, sorry, I had to have the mom face on real quick.
Hank like that. Yeah, you see how Hank lit up when he saw that.
Yeah. It's just
always on demon time. Always.
It's just one of those things for me, like with the children. Like, I have an ex, we weren't like together for like super long or whatever, but he loves my daughter. Like, he literally, when he met me, he actually met her at the same time. It wasn't purposely done, but he loves her a lot, and he does reach out and he does act like, okay, you know, she good, she this and that. And I think a lot of people kind of stray away from the fact that when they're talking to a man or talking to a woman and they have a child or whatever, it is hard to kind of like pull back, because they like you, and they love your child too, you know?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, that is gonna be detrimental in the future. If you find a dude that you want to spend the rest of your life with, niggas is not standing for, oh, well, you know, he just be calling to check up on, I don't know your daughter's name. Don't tell us her name. We just gonna throw a name out there. Oh, she just called to talk to Shania, you know, and just see how she's doing, and cut it out. I'm gonna tell you right now, oldest trick in the book to get back into the skins. We are not foolish. We will go to extreme measures to get back in them draws. Okay? Javon, listen to me. Your future dude is not going to play around with stuff like that. So your best bet is to just cut it off. So your best bet is just cut it off completely and stop stringing this dude along. Not stringing him along, because I think he's more or less stringing you along. But who's being affected the most is your daughter, because she is creating a relationship with this particular person. Well, right. And now when you and now when you decide to cut that off for the new guy, your daughter doesn't understand all this psychological stuff that's going on, but it's happening, and she's gonna fall victim to that.
Yeah.
Well, are you talking about her father?
No,
she's talking about just an ex, right?
Okay.
And yeah, not her father. That's something different. But one of your exes that's developing a relationship, I'm telling you, that is a recipe for disaster. And
I totally get that, right? I totally get that. But the thing is that even though it's like a reach out to me, that's not something that I talk to my 8-year-old about. You see what I'm saying? So she really relatively doesn't even know. But, you know, I am single at the moment, and there's a respect level there, like, to the point of, like, if I am dealing with somebody or like whatever the case may be, it's not like you can just hit me up whenever you want. That's not what we're doing. And I'm very respectful when I am dating a person, and I do openly explain, you know, the situation. But my exes they can't just hit me up. Like,
let me just jump in here real quick. I'm gonna just say one more thing. I'm gonna get back to the panel, right? If he's calling to check on her and not asking to even speak to her, right? Does he really care like that? Or is this man trying to keep himself in position to get the skins?
But that's not.
You gotta be
I
more
get it.
discerning.
Now I understand the logic behind that.
No, listen to what I said. You have to be more discerning. Go ahead.
No, I get that. But I think that the relationship that they had wasn't really like that to begin with, like talking on the phone and stuff like that. It's just never been that type of relationship. So
Well, then I guess the question would be, then how are you measuring his love for her if he's not even asking about it? You know, these are things that you got to think about it. And if it's going to be, if you can see the potential of it being a problem later, then correct it now before you even hop into a relationship. It don't make sense to start dealing with somebody and then later on he has to complain about it. True. Get all your ducks in order on the front end, and then when it comes, that'll be one less thing you got to worry about.
That's true.
All right. Is anybody else on the panel want to chime in on this question?
I would.
Okay,
go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead. We want to hear your voice.
Well, I agree with if there's children involved, because I remember when I was younger, I didn't know what divorce was, and my uncle had a wife, and we called her Aunt Lynn, and they had daughters, and they were my cousins, and all of a sudden, Aunt Lynn was not around anymore, and I didn't understand, like, where did Aunt Lynn go? Where did Aunt Lynn go? We just never saw her again. Like, still to this day, after they got divorced, I have not seen my Aunt Lynn, who I mean, her daughter is my same age, and they broke up when she was like 9. But my parents never got divorced. I didn't know what like never being together again meant. So it's like there's this woman that I've known since I was young, and now I can't see her anymore or talk to her. So like with me and my son's father, I'm still friends with all of his siblings. And if they'll call me, like even if I'm in New York, and they'll call me, they're like, hey, can we see Isaac? I'm sorry, my son. But they're like, and I'll meet up with them so they can spend time with their nephew. So I think if it's a amicable breakup, I think that it's fine. And especially if there are children involved, I think you should maintain a healthy relationship if there's a child involved, because they shouldn't see all that fighting or anger or animosity towards each other. I think it should be pleasant if there was no underlying issues. Now, if the person was abusive, I say get away and run and hide. Don't ever like contact them again. But
hey, Aunt Lynn, you hear this now?
Okay. Aunt Lynn, I miss you.
Aunt Lynn got sent back to them streets. Yeah.
Y'all better worry about it. Is Aunt Lynn still alive? You didn't feed her to the pigs?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since I was 9.
Yeah, they gave her a ticket back to them streets. So that's where Aunt Lynn went back. But nah,
you guys are the worst. You guys always assume the worst. What if my uncle went to the streets? Like, what if she was the good one? Like, you don't know.
Regardless, your loyalties to him, man. Your loyalties to him. But I think it's I think kids are the caveat. I think kids are the one caveat, you know, that changed this. I think outside of having to, you know, if it's a clean break, no kids involved, you need to move on.
I cut him off, you cut him off.
Hey, shout out to Chat Ninja First on Aunt Lynn, assemble!
Where are you, Aunt Lynn?
But then there's a flip side to that too, because I got cut off. Like in my situation, I got cut off. Like the dog, like we had a dog, you know, and I really thought about stealing that dog. You know what I mean? Like me and that dog had a bond. You know, I was like, yo, I really need that. You know, yo.
You got to figure out a custody arrangement for the puppy.
Yeah. No, hell no, he cussed up. You taking that dog?
Yeah, that was my dog.
Like literally, that was your dog.
Hey, Jay,
no, what's going on?
Brought that dog up before. I don't think it's the first time I heard about that dog. So I think you're really passionate about that dog.
Yeah.
Was it her dog? Was it her dog, or you guys bought it together?
It was. She got it like right a few weeks before we got together. So, you know, I kind of raised it, fed it, you know what I mean, walked it, he understood me when I had a bad day. You know, he was like, "That guy's having a bad day. Let me go jump in his lap." You know what I mean? So it was hard. That was the worst part of it. It sounds bad, but that was the worst part of it. I'm like, damn, yo, you know, relationship exploded. I'm like, damn, Smokey.
And
The same thing happened to
Yeah.
me.
hey, she just
Hey, Jay, catch your heifer slipping and go get your damn dog.
No,
He's
I wanted
gone
to
now.
say the same thing happened to me, but it was other ways. Like it was the other way around. Like I was the one taking care of the dog. He convinced me to get the dog, and I didn't want it, but I ended up falling in love with the dog. Like, oh my god, it was my baby because I didn't have kids back then. So once we split up, like he really wanted a dog, but he was not behaving. He was not even taking care of it. So I said, all right, you can keep the dog, but just make sure that you take care of it. And then I had the neighbors call me and say, hey, the dog has been out there in the garage like for this long and he's not coming home. He's not feeding the dog. So I just went and grabbed my dog and I'm like, no, don't you ever ask me for my dog. So yeah, it happens.
I see you back there. I see the dog is still around.
It's been years. He passed away too.
Oh, okay. Sorry for your loss.
chime in before I move on. You want to chime in on this?
I think Lauren wanted to.
Yeah, just
Before you go, I'm sorry.
yeah, just real quick. In regards to the question, I think it does depend on how the relationship ended, but I think there needs to be a conversation between the both parties that was in the relationship as well as the family, because even if you're still friends with the ex, I wouldn't want to put my new person in a compromised position where they have to like be around this person and they feel like they may be encroaching on their territory for whatever reason. And I just feel like you don't want to blur those lines, and it's just you don't want to put your partner in a situation where they have to like be around that and see the family maybe being more open to that, open to the ex versus being open to the new person. And so I would say, just for the sake of keeping everything kosher, everyone part ways. I mean, maybe if you have to keep in touch, keep it very concise, but like coming over for barbecues and family reunions, like nah, that's a wrap.
Yeah, like
Nah, I'm just with me. I'm just gonna keep it cordial. You like I said, I keep it respectable. But I'm not gonna sit over and kick it and hang out at nobody's house. They're cousins of an ex or nothing like that. I wouldn't do nothing like that. You feel to me, I would feel uncomfortable and uneasy because what if she comes around and then it's a whole different issue. It's a problem. It's some drama, and that's not what I'm trying to do. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with being cordial. If I see them out somewhere, I make sure I speak, say hello, and keep it all on the up and up. But as far as us, hanging like we maybe used to, I can't do it no more.
And
Hey,
they
so
should feel
I'ma
uncomfortable.
just
They should feel uncomfortable. I wish I would know that your family is loving on me, telling me, "Oh, you're so great," and I'm at the barbecue and Ian come walk in, his ex. I'm knocking her plate right out her hand at the barbecue. We're not doing that.
It was over.
We're not doing. Girl, put that plate down. What you doing? Like no, I hate. Stop trying to hold on to the family because you don't want to let go of that person. The relationship is over.
That
Let
sounds
it
like a Tyler Perry movie.
move.
so here go the thing though. You can't control people, man. Right? So like to the question, when you're in a relationship, should
inviting them?
your family
I'm sorry, but they should have an understanding with their family that when they are no longer in that relationship and they don't want that person to even come around, be invited to any events, because you can't control if your family is still going to try to be friends with somebody. But I feel like as my family members, I'm asking you to respect me and respect that I've moved on. I have somebody else. So I don't want to see you still inviting my ex to events. That's out of line. That's
hold
out
on,
of
Tam.
I mean,
I
if
didn't.
they want to do something like that, at least give me a courtesy call and let me know so I can adjust accordingly. I mean,
So
if you give me a call and let me know, then I can adjust and I'm like, well, do I still want to go to the event or do I still want to come over? Or I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm gonna
so
sit
here's
this one.
I have my
here's
mouth
what
set on some potato salad and ribs, and I can't go because you done invited her. I still want to go. No, you shouldn't be
Nope.
inviting anyone to a
okay.
family function that I'm showing up at, and
So,
we're not together anymore.
Now we got to get to
so
Rio.
Tam, are you saying you wouldn't get no red velvet cake for the man?
Nope.
Listen, ain't. I wish my family would invite one of my exes. Who personally invited you?
Hey, go
So
ahead,
they
Rio.
can be the ones to make you leave.
You didn't answer my question, Tam.
Is who getting some cake? The ex?
Yeah, that red velvet cake that Logic bought.
Listen, that whole cake thing, I wasn't even around with the cake. I didn't even get a piece of cake.
All right, y'all.
Go
Go ahead, Rio.
like to shoot the shoot, baby.
For me, I feel like it's very cut and dry. I think if you've been in long-term relationships, you start to develop close relationships in each other's tribes. However, don't run my business over there, and don't be running a business to me. And don't be so messy that you would even put us, right, in the same environment without announcing that or giving fair warning. You could have a relationship with that person on your own. That doesn't necessarily mean that they operate within the family to the same capacity that they did before. That's all.
So
I agree with you, Rio.
I just want to respond to what Tim was talking about earlier.
Go ahead.
First off, I shouldn't have to explain to my family that, hey, we're broken up, so that means don't invite them to these different events and functions that we have as a family, da 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 da. If I have to say that to a family member, I already know where to hold you. That's in my head. Now I'm just keep it G. If I gotta break this down to you, you lack some type of intelligence, right? That there was like that, regardless of even how the relationship broke off, whatever, right? We don't date anymore. I've clearly moved on. Now, are you trying to be intentional? Because what happens if I bring my new girlfriend or whatever to the family function and you don't invite Tam? Are you trying to create mess? This is how I think, dog. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to have. I shouldn't have to say that at all, and I'm not gonna say it either, because you're gonna show me who you are, family, friend, whatever. It don't matter. You're gonna show me who you are. I kind of got put in a situation like that a couple years ago or whatever, right? I won't go into too much detail. All I know is that this couple, I'm friends with both of them, and when it broke off, I sided with the side that I was rocking with, and I don't really play around with you over there like that, right? I'm not that guy. Guess what? My partner didn't have to tell me to do that. That's just in me. You know what I'm saying? You keep that over there, right? I didn't agree with what you did. I didn't agree with how it broke up. Da 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 da. You keep that over there. I'm rocking with my dog, and that's what it is. Somebody ringing my doorbell. Who is this?
Come on.
I'm gonna go ahead and everybody got shit going on. Let's see. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Sundays. Let's make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. Make sure you guys click that link in the description and get your Teej Hanley 30% off along with a free gift once you click that link. Now it's time to get to the meat of the conversation because we know the ladies like the meat.
That wasn't me.
Ow.
No, it wasn't the meat. Did you see the thumbnail?
Yeah, but
Sound like Siobhan wants some extra meat.
honestly, I don't look before I come in because I like to have a real and true, opinion about the topic. So that's just, I come in, I do my free like, and then I dip out.
Gotta do the free like.
I know that's why Wu-Tang Clan ain't getting nothing to fuck with.
All right, so you guys, if you haven't, the thumbnail, so many good relationships could have been saved and resolved through simple conversation. I do have a video to play the context.
There are some friendships and there are some relationships that I've learned really do deserve a conversation before separation. Really do deserve a conversation before going ghost. And what I've learned is a lot of people have a difficult time handling conflict. See, with that conflict comes, I'm going to make decisions, or with that desire to not want to engage in any type of conflict or confrontation comes with, I'm going to go ahead and make decisions without communicating. And I've learned that there are people that have been proven, that have qualified themselves for access to us. And what ends up happening is because we're so emotional, we make a decision from that emotional place and do damage to a relationship that really deserved a conversation. And the beautiful part about it is, by the time the conversation is over, there may not be a need for separation. There is just a need for clarity. And when clarity came, see, understanding and solutions were provided. And I've learned that there are a lot of things that by the time we're done communicating, go, oh wow, if I only knew that's how you felt. If I only knew how I was acting was affecting you in that way. If you had not just let that thing sit and you just had talked to me, we could have really avoided a lot of unnecessary time and potential trauma. So it's very vital. I'm not talking about strangers. I'm talking about people that really have put their hours in, who have sacrificed, who we know are meaningful to us. Let's go and have a conversation before I make any emotional decisions. It's very important.
All right, people who don't like confrontation and conflict typically go ghost. So many good relationships could have been saved and resolved through simple conversation. Just a little context of how this topic came about. What are you guys' thoughts about it? Because I have seen it where a lot of things could have been resolved through conversation, but you can't even get to that point because that person gets so emotional. They're not trying to seek understanding. It's about what they're feeling in that moment. So let's go ahead and get to the meat of the conversation.
It sounds like my situation.
What's going on?
I said it sounds exactly how my situation was with my ex. You know, it was a good relationship, but because he chose not to have that communication and to discuss what he lied about, because I wasn't willing to just walk away, because I feel like when you're in a relationship and you put that time in, you're committed and you're dedicated, you don't just throw in the towel and walk away. But because he doesn't know how to handle conflict and confrontation, it's easy to just be able to just kind of walk away from the situation instead of putting that time in to have the conversation so we can have a resolution.
Yeah, I think that, so I am actually a person that doesn't like confrontation, and I don't like conflict, but I know that it happens, you know? So for me personally, because I am like that, what I did, I was going to therapy to kind of just like, you know, talk things out and not just, because I'm a talker, and sometimes I say things and I say things that I really don't mean. I'm just mad in the moment. And what, you know, they suggested I do is get a box, right? And when I'm irritated about something and I know that I'm not going to say things in the right context at that moment, is to like get a piece of paper, write down how I'm feeling in that moment, and just say, you know, hey, this irritated me, or, you know, this and that. And then every Friday, I would look at the things that irritated me and then, like, you know, have the person take it out of the box and just be like, well, why did that irritate you? You know, so it doesn't linger, you know, and that really has helped me out. So I literally have a feeling, write it down, put it in the box, and then every Friday I talk about it, whether it's with the person or just myself alone. Like it really doesn't matter. I do it regardless, but I do it every Friday around like 5, 6 o'clock, you know, when I'm winding down from my day, and it has helped out a great deal.
That is so beautiful, Siobhan. Like, I think that really is a testament to, like, you know, your emotional intelligence, or even just cultivating and developing your emotional intelligence, because for you to be able to like recognize that emotion or that feeling and then take a pause and then come back to it to actually like break it down, that's something that's really important. And I think, you know, we're talking about conversations. When you're having a effective communication is being able to listen and being able to empathize and understand where the other person is coming from. I think in relationships, the reason why people ghost is because there is an issue with conflict resolution, obviously. But I also think people refuse to like go into that vulnerable space to be able to share how they truly feel about what they, what they experience. Like if somebody offended you, you should be able to feel comfortable to share and say, hey, something you did hurt my feelings in this way, or, whatever the case may be. But because we're not having that conversation, and oftentimes we're having conversations with the wrong people. We're telling our friends and our family what we should be telling our significant other. And they're out here not aware that they did something that was like, that was offensive to you. And they're just going out in the world thinking that they're doing okay, but you have this looming thing, you're a pressure cooker. It's just sitting there pressure cooking and no one is telling you, or you're not telling anyone how you feel. And then finally when it comes out, it's like an atomic bomb. It blows up and no one's listening because everyone's offended by this person doing this or saying that. And so the beautiful part about effective communication is there is a vulnerability aspect, and you have to be willing to sit in that vulnerable space to really share your feelings and understand that when you share your feelings, it may not be received with the empathy and the love that you desire. But, you still have to be able to share that. And hopefully your partner, if they care and love you enough, that they'll be willing to hear what you have to say and find a solution, because that's where all of this comes from. It's a teaching moment. It's a course correction. You have to be able to find a solution to that issue versus just saying, you know what, I don't have to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Make excuses and then run off. Because everywhere you go, there you are. Even if you ghost this person and you ghost other people, it doesn't matter how many times you ghost somebody, that problem is still going to exist until you tackle it head on.
Yes, and you know what? It's so easy to ghost. It is, and people like to take the route out. And I don't want the easy way out. I really don't. Like if you and I are together and we are trying to make things work with me, talk with me, understand where I'm coming from. Because the moment I feel like you're not listening to me and what I'm saying, like that's a turnoff for me. That's a turnoff because I'm doing all these extra things that I've learned to make sure that I'm having effective communication. And you're not willing to take the necessary steps to listen to me. And we all know I talk a lot, but I also know how to listen too. But it got to be the right man that I'm listening to. I'm not gonna just listen to just anyone. I'm not gonna do it because I'm too tough for that. And I'm not saying that I'm tough to an extent to where I just don't listen at all. I'm just saying there's certain things that people are saying that aren't at that point to where I even want to listen because it's dumb. People just say things and don't even listen to what they're really saying to a woman. They're not. You can't just say things to me and expect me to take it in and understand where you're coming from, and you're not even willing to take the necessary steps to do what you need to do to make sure that I'm comfortable and I'm good in where we're at.
I mean, that's a language too.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, well, I want to say this. Let me say this. When people make people feel bad about walking away, sometimes you need to walk away, especially as men, because we can't handle women like we really may want to handle women. So if you come to me with an aggressive manner, being demonstrative and all of that, yelling, all that, a man wants to knock your goddamn teeth out. But I know that's not the best outcome if I was to do that. So I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna take a deep breath, and I'm gonna table the situation, and I'm gonna come back to it. Because right then and there, it may not be the right moment for me to address it, because it might go to that level, and that's not a bad thing if a man walks away. Another conflict I teach my son, because when y'all talk about what sound like what you was calling is journaling, is that what you would say was you was doing? We taught my son that because I see my cousin go through that. He had a hard time communicating because he was autistic. And what he would do is write stuff down. But I said, even if my son's not autistic though, but what's wrong with him writing it down and coming back and sharing with me or his mother about how he feels and what's going on with him? I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? But as far as men, we can't always address situations, like I said, the way we want to, because it can get volatile for a man or woman. Now, if I'm talking to Jay, we don't handle it like men handle it. And I'm going to be right there in Jay's face, and I'm sure Jay's going to be right there in my face, and we're going to talk it out. We're going to figure it out. And if we can't, we'll agree to disagree, and we'll walk away. That's how men do it. We couldn't do y'all ladies like that. Because first of all, y'all feel like, okay, well, I'm 6'3", I'm 255 pounds, and I'm standing up and I'm talking to you. You're 5'4". You're gonna feel intimidated. You're gonna feel like I'm trying to scare you, or I'm overshadow you with just my size alone. And now you're gonna feel some type of way. And we're having this heated conversation. May not be a good look, especially if it's out in public. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes men just have to walk away from certain situations. Now nobody's saying ghost them and not come back. No, I don't believe in that. That's that bullshit right there. But as far as you, sometimes you got to walk away and come back and have the conversation later. Yeah, so let cooler heads prevail.
But you know what, too? I think that it just kind of like brought so many different things to me, right? I think that if we like, I'm dating someone, right, and we get into an argument and there's other people around, right? I'm not gonna tell my man off in front of everybody at the table. I'm not gonna let you know that I'm even mad. I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna act like ain't nothing wrong. He might see my face. You know what I mean? Because I will make a face. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this one. We're gonna table this and we're gonna talk about it when we get home. But I'm never gonna embarrass my man, whether it is something that is he did something so bad to where like, okay, this might be like I'm about to break up with him. I'm not gonna let nobody know my actions that's about to happen when I go home. We're gonna sit there. I'm gonna act like ain't nothing wrong just for the time being. But he knows I'm mad. But the people around us don't have to know that I'm mad, because at that point he should know how I am and know that I'm pissed off, right?
Look, most of y'all ladies can't hide it like that. Y'all show with your body language. You can smile, but your shoulders leaning to the side. You sit back. You're not as engaged as you once was. Come on now, Siobhan. We know
I
y'all ladies.
Am I really
Hey,
gonna
that's no facts right there.
If
am
you
I
got
gonna
you
ruin
know
the night? Am I gonna ruin everybody else's night just because my man decided to do something
oh,
that
some of y'all,
Yeah, but the energy
some of y'all
that you
club
said,
down with that bullshit.
yeah, the energy that you said, because he knows that that you're mad, that could also affect the energy between you. So if you're like, you were showing that you like very emotional intelligence, but at that moment particularly that you're mentioning this, it might not seem as. So that's why you have to learn how to control that. Hey, like, let's talk about it later. No, yeah, it bothered me a little bit, but let's talk about it later, and that's fine.
yeah.
I wanted to say that I even forgot my point. I'm so sorry. My little nephew is right here.
Well, this is what I picked up from what Hink threw out there is sometimes you know more than anybody what conflict looks like between you and that individual. And if you have the type of relationship where things go to 0 to 100 real quick, probably because somebody getting loud, you know what I'm saying, or aggressive, then you may opt out and say, you know what, I'm gonna walk away from this because it's gonna get bad. One of the things I can say with me personally, when a woman can make her points, you know what I mean, and provide some evidence behind it, and then go sit down, then I'm more inclined to process and think about it later. And then if I'm wrong, I can take accountability for that. You know what I mean? And acknowledge it. I'll let her know. But if it turned into you getting loud and you posturing and you saying stuff that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, well, this is a different type of fight at that point. You know what I'm saying? This is a battle. We're not really going to be able to hear and understand each other at that point. You know what I mean? And sometimes you'll get tired of that. I don't have the energy to put into this kind of, you know what I'm saying, situation anymore, right? Another thing I had to give a shout out. I rarely look into the chat, but my brother JR put in there, sick and still working. I thought in my mind, where the feminine women at? And then Beautiful Disaster came in with a feel better and gave him a sea moss tea recipe. That's the type of women, see what I'm saying? Because I bet you if she's there where he was, he got a cup of tea right there at his podcast station. It's the type of women we looking for, man, I'm telling you.
That's lit.
I remember my point. I'm sorry. Like, if you want to be treated as a lady, you have to remain in your femininity. Like, you have to be feminine and act like a lady. You can't expect to be treated as a lady when you act like a man. And also, like, vice versa. That if you think that a woman yelling at you will cause any different reaction on a man, it's also the way around. Like, you yelling towards a woman, the only thing that does is raise their protection bar. Like, she will, like, hey. So I think it goes both ways.
I mean, I think in a perfect world, going off of the video that you played, in a perfect world, we would love to always have that conversation, sit down and have that conversation, maybe initially, and then maybe even like months after everything is settled, we've had the ability to collect our thoughts. In a perfect world, we would love to have that conversation with people, but in some cases, it's just not going to happen. People aren't built that way. People aren't that emotionally intelligent to have that conversation. Some people move on. Some people, to avoid that conversation, they hop in rebound relationships just to avoid dealing with everything they know they did or they know they need to discuss. That's their safe haven. Well, let me hide up in here to avoid dealing with what happened back there. You got to know who you're dealing with. I think in some cases I've written letters. Me, I'm a writer. Like, so Hank and Siobhan, which I was speaking out, I used to write lyrics, so I'm a writer. So I'm going to get my shit off. You know what I mean? You're just going to check your email one day and you're going to hear it, so I know I got it out there. Now, so I'll feel better. If you want to have the conversation, we can have that. But I think it's I wasn't always like that. I wasn't always able to have a face-to-face communication that was a hard conversation, you know, but you have to acknowledge who you're dealing with and figure out if what you're saying is what they're hearing. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you could be saying one thing and they're hearing something totally different. I like to read. I read between the lines. When women say stuff, I'm kind of able to discern, even, and maybe I'm wrong at times, but I hear certain things a certain way.
Hey, Cider, mute up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I did want to add something too, and I think Hank made a good point about respecting somebody's space. In these relationships, you got to understand the dynamics of your relationship, which involves learning the person. So there are some people that can get triggered, and they just need a little moment. So you can't force to have that conversation. And I think, like as a man, because I think the man should be the head of the household, he needs to understand that if the conversation can't happen, then don't force it. But I do think the conversation needs to happen, because what we often see is that people will blow it off and the conversation never happens. And if you never resolve that issue, then it's going to keep coming up. It's going to keep coming up until you guys can compromise, or at least have a plan put in place if this was to arise again. So still have the conversation. Don't neglect it. If a conversation is needed, both people shouldn't be running away from it. And ultimately, I think the man needs to make sure that whatever boundaries or whatever issues is happening within the house, it needs to get resolved and have some order to it.
And that's for sure, JR, because like you said, situations like that shit can boil over. And then one day it's just gonna explode like a volcano. And that's the worst thing that can happen. All of a sudden you hearing about a conversation we had 3 months ago. God damn, baby, where did this shit come from? I thought we resolved this. We have made love. Well, what the hell done happened? But she still hold on to that damn grudge. So yeah, definitely make sure you have that conversation. There's nothing wrong with tabling it, fellas, but definitely make sure you have that conversation. Hopefully, for the night ends. That's what I'm all about. I don't want to go to bed mad if I don't have to. You know what I'm saying? I don't sleep well. I think it causes nightmares for real for me. But I just don't sleep well. I'm not at peace. So I want to have that conversation before we lay out in this bed. Now, if we can't, we're gonna lay in this bed mad at each other. But hopefully by the next day, we're gonna have this conversation.
Hey, Hank, that's something that needs to be said. It needs to be said, because so often you may feel that way, but never expressed it. I'm not saying you, but a man may not want to lay down and being mad at each other and then wake up, right? So that needs to be said on the front end. And then also, too, people have to understand, we often talk as men about understanding your environment, understanding everything that's going on. Even though I'm quiet, I'm always looking at people. I'm always reading people. I'm paying attention to body language. So you have to learn that. When you learn that person, you have to learn their body language as well, because sometimes they could be speaking something, and if you just moving around and you don't understand your partner, then they could be miserable right in front of your face and you not even know it. They could be angry right in front of your face, you not even know it. So you have to read body language, because that is a form of communication as well. You know, they could be like non-verbally having a conversation with you. So even when I'm on these panels, I'm looking at body language. I'm looking to see if people want to talk. I'm looking to see if people getting tired, if they're angry. I'm looking at everything around me. I'm always observing. And it's very important for you to do that as a man, because that's how you understand what situations you could potentially be in if it's a threat. Read the environment, read the room, read people, read every goddamn thing around you.
And be clear, he said hours. He said people who have put hours in the video. That's what the guy said. Not everybody deserves that conversation. Some people deserve to get their ass ghosted. Understand, you know, people who have actually put that time in, okay, you may owe them understanding or owe them a conversation. Others, nah, dog, you just out of here. Why you ain't answering my...
I think we value things and not people. And someone that you truly care about, they deserve that conversation. Whether it's a conversation to have to be had the next day, unfortunately, because someone needs a moment to calm down, to not, escalate it further. But at some point, the conversation has to be had. You don't just throw away somebody that has put in effort, time, and energy, and the minute some type of conflict comes about, you just ghost them and you just move on to the next. That's not how you handle people. So it's like, did you really truly care about them at all if it's just so easy for you to just
start of them? Yeah. So I don't have any issues with confrontation, but I think that the word confrontation, and I think I've said this before on the panels, is thought about in a manner of a fight. The way I was raised was a confrontation is just confronting an issue. So the way my father presented it to us was, if you have a confrontation, it's just two people coming to the table to confront the issue. So whatever it is, you have a conversation. It doesn't have to be a fight. I don't like to argue. I don't like to yell. What I do appreciate is understanding, because I always teach my son, like, there's sometimes people don't even know your boundaries. I said a boundary is an invisible line that people don't know exists unless you verbalize it. So sometimes people may upset you or bother you. They may do something you didn't like, but they didn't even know that they crossed the boundary of yours because you never communicated that to them. So I definitely think in a relationship, you should have conversations. I don't think you should ghost anyone. Like, if there's something that someone did to bother you, you should have that conversation with them. I know people say some people don't deserve to be some people do deserve to be ghosted, but if you're in communication with a human being, why not let them know what it is that they did that you no longer want to communicate with them anymore? What was it? So, because maybe they can learn from that information that you gave them. Maybe next time they won't do things like that with their next relationship. I had a friend that ghosted me, and we were friends for over a year. And then it was a gentleman, but we were friends. Like, we would go to the movies, we would hang out, we'd have lunch together, but we were just friends. He had girlfriends, I had boyfriends, but we were like friends. And he just stopped talking to me. Like 3 weeks went by. And I was like, what's up? Is everything okay? Are you good? And he was like, well, I don't think this is a beneficial friendship. And I was like, well, what does that mean? I was like, can we have a conversation? So we talked. It boiled down to he was attracted to me. He was gaining feelings for me. But I'm saying, instead of having that conversation, he just didn't talk to me anymore. But
is the conversation gonna change anything? Not to cut you off, but I gotta ask a question. I've been quiet for this whole part.
Yeah, because it brings understanding.
Is him approaching you and saying, hey, is it gonna change anything? Meaning, is he gonna get the cheeks now that he's brought it up?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's why I bring it up.
I tell it.
So you just ghost someone.
I've been quiet. So why would he need to bring this up if he's not gonna get the desired outcome that he wants?
Because, Quest, it is a conversation that needs to be had.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Nah,
Hey
nah,
man,
nah.
what
I
if a man
agree.
his dick get hard every time he talk to you, and I can't do this, and I'm not gonna get the pat cheeks. I'm not gonna
And
get to have this
you don't
conversation
think
with
that
you.
should be a conversation if
So you
previous
want me to tell you my
conversations
dick get hard? Is that what you want me to tell you, Kelly?
if previous conversations suggest that he's dating other women and he's not interested in you like that, you don't think that if that changed, you don't think that should be addressed?
I think oh Kelly. I think it's much bigger than that, Kelly. I think those women that he was dating were made up to make it seem like he has something going on when all along he's been waiting for you to be available. And then when that didn't go the way he thought it was going to go, I mean, it's immature. It's immature, and I've done it too. I've dealt with somebody and I felt like, this wasn't going to go my way, let me cut this off. Women value male friendships different than men value women friendships. It's different. And he liked you, and that's exactly how he felt he needed to protect himself, because I don't want to keep going along and eating lunch and eating salads and talking about something I don't care about
Don't
if
give a
she's
fuck.
not interested. So let me cut this off. And it's wrong on him. He was wrong for not communicating that, but he didn't have any other position. And trust, those women were fairy tales. He wasn't getting no cheeks.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know what you were looking for the man to say. If I'm getting turned on every time I have a conversation with you, and I want to have a relationship with you, and I can't have that, you want me to go in
Right.
detail? What do you want me to say?
Okay. You want to have a relationship. That would have been verbalized at some point, right? If that's never verbalized, it's like, no, I don't see you like that. I could never date you. No, why would I mess up a good friendship? We're like a perfect Sunday. Why would I mess it up with a nut? If this is the shit he's saying, and then all of a sudden I can't talk to you anymore because I'm attracted to you, like night and day. That's completely a
That's
different
game.
conversation.
Yeah, that's
Kelly,
game. He was
Kelly,
running game.
I know you're gonna have a hard time understanding, or I'm not gonna say understanding.
I'm not. I don't have a hard time.
I'm sure you'll understand it. You're probably gonna have a hard time receiving this. Men don't think like women.
No, I understand that.
We don't,
But
wait. Go ahead, darling. Go ahead.
But it should be verbalized. You disagree?
Okay, so
what else do you want me to say, man?
Hold on. Like I said, I ain't really chimed in on this whole topic, but I'm
Chime
gonna
in,
tell you
Wes.
something, and I need you to receive it and not just try to turn it back into what you think. Okay, this is, ladies, the men are trying to tell you how we think. Stop trying to rationalize that and turn it into, well, you shouldn't think like that. You are not a man.
I never said you shouldn't think like that. I never said that you shouldn't think like a man. I'm saying it should be something that you talk about. If you want to smash, say that, like at some point. Even if you're asked,
I can't no longer have conversation with you. I can't keep talking to you because I am attracted to you physically more than just a friendship.
I think it
Would you accept that and move on? Would you accept that?
Yeah, I did.
Kelly,
When we finally
you
had
want to
that
know?
conversation.
You want to know why? When did you started this? What about me that? No, I'm not trying to do all of that.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna get straight to the point. Look here, I get a stiffy. I just want to fuck, and if that's not what's going to happen, I understand and I respect that. Can I still be friends with you? I can't, Kelly. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't.
No, it wasn't like that. It was more like he had a whole tier list of why he would never date me. Because seriously, like a whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's not like that. It like these are conversations I actually asked and inquired about. I was like, no, I could never see that. You're like the greatest person. I could be friends with you for life. Like these are the things he was saying. And then all of a sudden, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore because
you know, Kelly, I think
I just want to knock boots.
I can't hold it no more, man.
I think when that guy was saying that, so people have a tendency, and I'm not saying he was villainizing you in his mind, but I think in his case he had to like make you out of a certain image to kind of make it seem like he wasn't interested, because one or two things are possible with men. Firstly, men don't really receive compliments like that, right? So it takes them some time to work up to actually tell you how they feel because they don't want to be rejected. And then the other part of that is if he knows you're not going to say yes to it, in his mind, he's just like, there's no point in me having this conversation. Not having the conversation is the conversation, you know? And so I think in that case, the reason why he didn't tell you, and I get it, he's your friend, he should tell you. But I think the reason why he didn't is because he's like, the outcome that I want, which is to be with you, Kelly, is not going to happen. So why waste any energy trying to explain this to you if you already have your mind made up that we're not going to go to that level?
Bingo. And quick question: how old was he? Real quick question: how old was he at that time?
39.
Jesus Christ.
The dude is a lame. He was not your friend. He was doing immature tactics in order to get some draws or even get into even get a relationship out of you. But he was doing very immature tactics in order to do so. But ladies, listen to me, okay? I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. Once y'all get to a certain age and a certain point in y'all's life, y'all almost have to be foolish to not be able to be discerning enough to be able to decipher between a dude trying to get at you for this or a dude actually legitimately wanting to be your friend. We have to stop sitting back and being like, oh, well, he was really my friend. We hung out. Nigga was not your friend, bro. And we we gotta wake up, ladies. Come on. This is
No man is your friend.
We all know that some guys have a hard time talking to pretty women. They just do. They don't know how to act. They don't. They get all giddy and spilly and yucky inside like a little kid who just found out this girl likes him. Some guys just don't know how to talk to them. But hold on, let me finish. These girls are no different than these ugly girls. It's no different than a pretty girl. The conversation shouldn't be no different. Just be relaxed. Take a deep breath and just have a good conversation.
I agree, but how I started my comment was he was lame and he was immature, right? We acknowledge that. I acknowledge it out the gate. We know what this man is, man. But y'all have to be more discerning when y'all see this stuff. These dudes are doing this around y'all all day long, and y'all just over here. Men don't like y'all like that for friends, bro. We don't. Stop thinking we do, bro. We do not. Jay already told you. He's sitting around listening to a bunch of crap that he don't give two pisses about, bro. You think he cares about how your day was? No. Listen, most men do not care about that stuff, bro. They will sit back and listen to this because they are looking for a desired outcome. Once they've done that, endured this for a certain amount of time, and they see that desired outcome that they want is not really on the table, and they're wasting their time, the smart man will move on and find somebody else that he can do this with. That's all he did. This man was not your friend, Kelly. I'm telling you straight up.
No man is your friend.
Well, let me take the conversation off Kelly right now. Young bloods out here. Let me teach you some raw and uncut game. What Uncle Hank used to do. I know it's gonna hurt some feelings. But these ugly hoes out here. Let me tell you what I used to do. I used to talk to these ugly hoes just to work up my game and get my reps in. I would use these chicks for practice. And then, when our confidence was built up enough, I take it to the prettiest chick I can find. Now, if I got rejected, so be it. I move on to the next. It didn't matter. But I was accomplished and more well versed enough because these ugly hoes was my practice dummies, as we want to call them. And that's what you do. Use these ugly hoes as your practice dummies, and then when you're able to find a nice looking chick, you good. You already got the knowledge and the skills and the experience enough to talk to them, and they're no different. I promise you, they're not. Just in looks.
So
the conversation was never. I didn't know he liked me. It's very rare that a man doesn't like me, so that's not the conversation. The conversation is he was saying something contrary to what I already knew. And then he didn't verbalize it ever. even when I confronted with him, even when I asked him, even when I brought it up multiple times, he was
Why are
saying,
you doing that though, Kelly? I gotta ask you. I'm not trying to interrupt.
Why? Because in my mind, he really was my friend. We had intellectual conversations. We had a good time. I was dating, he was dating, and it wasn't romantic for me. So I have no problem hanging out with a good person. I don't see, I know you guys see always, everything is always sexualized, but if you're a good human being, if I enjoy being around, if I enjoy having conversation with you, I'm like Siobhan, I like to talk. If I enjoy conversation, I don't really see the whole sex thing. It's like you're a guy that's a good person. You're a woman that's a good person, and we can have a good time together. And sure,
Okay,
we
Kelly,
hang out in groups.
Kelly,
I already know what you're gonna say.
It's not how the world works. Like,
right.
no.
And I understand that. But there are still good human beings that have penises that you don't have to have sex with. Like, they exist.
Like,
So
I think they have to think like that as well, though.
Hold on. The disconnect is coming is that Quest wants to know that you understand that no man is trying to be your friend.
I understand that.
I think that, so if you understand, regardless of how you looking at it, regardless if you're gonna give him a draws or not, do you understand that no man is trying to be your friend?
I understand that, but he asked me why.
But he's having a hard time because you're still labeling him as a friend. Like you're still putting him saying like, I don't, he's just, even though he's just a friend of you, he's still trying to tap them cheeks.
Yeah, we had good conversation and we used to talk and we used to, that's a tactic, Kelly. That's it. He is not your friend, bro. I'm telling you straight up, it's very rare. And I heard somebody in the chat say, because I said like, hey, I'm around a lot of women. I'm not friends with these women, right? But in the industry that I work in and I do business in, they are around all the time, right? So, but I'm not friends with these people. No, I'm telling you, Kelly, right now, especially with how beautiful you are, darling. Listen, it's one thing in mind. Wait, I'm gonna say 99.999% of niggas that approach you, it's gonna be on some type of interaction for like smashing first, and then maybe relationship. But if you think smashing ain't the number one thing on that man's mind, if you think that the man is trying to approach you and have conversation with you because he just thinks you're so delightful and so,
I am delightful. Thank you.
Well, you are delightful, but I'm just saying, I just love your perspective on politics. Oh my goodness, it's just
I do have great
so
perspective on
intriguing.
politics.
You are delusional if you think that. I'm telling you, bro.
There was another
I'm not
important.
delusional. I'm totally aware.
And then I'm gonna back right on out again, right? And I'm gonna back out for real. This goes back to what I said earlier in the episode. See, sometimes my message or like how I'm giving this message off to you ladies, it comes off harsh because y'all just won't get it. Y'all don't get that men, just for this as an example, y'all don't get that men are, they don't care. They trying to smash, bruh. But y'all come up and formulate, I'm actually delightful and I'm all these different things, Maybe I'm different. No, you're not. You're not different. You're not different.
I said it before. You know what Siobhan, cover that baby's ears. Lie to these hoes. Because they don't want the goddamn truth. Lie to them.
Hey, I think Rio.
The other thing that I think we got to acknowledge too, Kelly, is you said that he was in a relationship and you were in a relationship.
Not relationship. Like we were dating.
Yeah, lie to toes.
So, would you specify? So, were you talking with anybody seriously?
Yeah, when I'm single, I date. Like I'll go out on dates, movies. Like I'll date.
Right. So, okay. So with that being said, when you're talking with somebody seriously, you're saying even though you guys are considering each other for a relationship, you're still being transparent.
No, I'm saying if I have a conversation with a man and I tell him I'm not interested in him in any way, shape, or form, and there will never be a future for us, and he still decides he wants to be cool, that is on him. That is not my fault. I even say, so I don't want you to catch feelings because I don't like you like that. It will never be us.
So
never.
The reason why I asked that question is you're dating around and you already have friends, like women friends. Mm-hmm. Why are you making space for this additional guy that you are having any potential
Because I like people. I like human beings.
How many do
And
you need?
because you have a penis doesn't make you any less a likable person.
But
I like
Kelly, you
people. I
understand
enjoy
the
having
way
Hold
conversations.
on, Hank. Hold on, Hank. Hold on, Hank.
Let's clarify
Let
that
Rayo
right.
keep
Let's
going,
clarify that
Rayo.
right now, because they said men, not necessarily males, because there are males who are being girlfriends with y'all all over the world. So it has nothing to do with the body part, right? But what we're saying is men, right? And so I think that if you are creating space and time for this person while you're dating around and they really like you, can you see how that could potentially lead to somebody feeling like there's hope, right? Especially if they really like you, because you're creating space and you don't even have to. You have a bunch of friends and you're
And
dating
you said,
Right. And then we would
and you
all
said,
hang out together in groups, do escape rooms, go like play pool, go to the
so
movies. Like we
so
would
you
all
and him,
hang
so
out.
you and him were
So
never
no
one
one
on
would
one.
want
to.
Kelly, so you and him were
Only
never
if you
one on
want
one.
to. I'm coming over to hit that ass.
You and him never went out one on one, Kelly.
Yeah, to the movies.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
They were.
the movie's coming
Yes.
out.
They were.
Yes. So this is my thing. This is my thing. So you knew, and you said it. You said, I knew he liked me, even though he was saying the opposite. You already knew. Not many people don't. So you knew.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like,
why
it's very rare once
continue?
you spend time
No,
with
Kelly,
me,
no,
you're
Kelly.
not
Let him
going
finish.
to like
No,
me. It's
Kelly,
very
Kelly,
rare.
let him finish. Go ahead. Drive it home, Jay. I see where you're going.
I see where you're going to.
No,
Go,
you
go
Would you
drive
like
it
me to
home
finish?
so the people
Would you
in
like
the
me
chat.
to finish it?
Yes, finish.
I see
Yes,
where you're
finish.
going.
Were you
All
were
right,
not?
let it go.
Do it, Jay.
No. So you know where I'm headed. So my thing is, why did you continue to entertain him? You knew that he liked you. You knew that he was lying about liking you. You maybe possibly considered that those women were ghosts and they didn't exist. So what was it? You were benefiting in some capacity that you didn't mind without him getting anything.
I liked him
So
as a human being. I said this multiple times.
This is Cap. I've heard
could you
about
have
Cap today, and this is Cap.
could you have done without him?
Us not being friends anymore actually hurt my feelings.
But if the man tells you he has an attraction to you, Kelly, and you
Right.
still want this man
But
to
that's
be
what I'm
around,
saying. That's what I'm saying. Once he said that, I accepted it. I was like, okay, that makes sense. I understand.
but you
We didn't
sound like
talk after
you
that.
mad because he ghosted you and he won't still be your friend. This man
No,
wants to, he wants to spank
Somebody
that
wants to
home.
be ghosted, but
it was a conversation that never happened. To just
Look,
never speak to someone that you
let me
talk
tell
to
you this.
and you hang
The
out
man
with
took
and
it.
you're friends with.
The man tried to take the easy way out. He didn't want to tell you that because he knew the relationship y'all had. But you want to keep pushing the issue. Okay, baby. I want to clap them cheeks, and that's the bottom line. You won't let me
Oh,
clap
you
them
didn't.
cheeks.
He didn't
And
say
you
it like
want to sit. But why the man got to go through all that, man? He sit there and say, I'm going to walk away.
You wanted
I'm
him to
going to
bend the
walk
knee.
away, and I'm not going to say nothing else. And that's what he tried to do. But you wanted it. You was looking for that answer, and now you feel like some type of way because he told you he wants to spank that ass.
I don't feel any type of way.
You just sit there saying you feel some type of way
Oh, you mean my feelings were hurt? Like, oh, I thought you were saying like I felt like, oh
because you
yeah,
want to spank that ass.
like, oh, it's not that.
Spank that ass.
All right, ready for the super
Ladies,
chat?
if you out here and you thinking more along these lines,
I am ready.
I'm telling you, you're gonna drive yourself in a terrible hole with whoever that person is. I promise you.
But why not hold the men accountable for not being honest? But why is it okay to say just lie to these hoes?
We're gonna move on from it. Let's get to these super
You
chat.
gotta lie to these hoes. These hoes don't want them to. They can't
Rebecca,
handle it.
those $2. I need a
I
nice
also in the gym, but they told you that movie. They can't handle the truth.
BZ,
So
$10. Just returned from Catley, Colombia yesterday. Hired my accountant and personal assistant. I'm taking my talents to South America. The milk in America is spoiled. Okay, accountant. Uncle Luke, 1980s, $2. Yeah, I never liked women in masculine fields. Dietrich Harris, $5. My opinion, never get involved with a woman whose profession is in law or in counseling. Example, therapist. C-Dub 93, 199. Some women the most basic yet most choosy. Hey, boo boo. 1999. Happy Sunday, beautiful people. Miss you guys. Health is wealth, though. Y'all have discussed some great topics today. Many blessings to you all. Blessings to the chat as well. Emoji, emoji, emoji. Uncle Luke 1980s, $2. One of these days, I'm going to join the conversation.
Come on, Uncle.
Yes. Honest Citizen, $14. Know your worth. Is it pride or arrogance, ladies? What is it? Willie Handy 79, $5. Clutches pearls. But I thought you was my first lady, Siobhan, question mark. Ooh. Uncle Luke 1980s, $2. Your only power as a man is to walk away. Dub Will 199, super late but still showing love. It's all good. Thank you.
Hey, shout out to Dub Will, Chat Ninja NCO. We see you, boy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
1980s, $10. As a man, you set boundaries from the jump. The moment your woman gets out of line, you check that bad behavior from Jump Street. Have the conversation. If she does cooperate, leave. Or, well, I guess they meant if she doesn't cooperate, leave. Walk away. Don't argue, though. Uncle Luke 1980. Yeah, if she doesn't, I said that. I already knew. Big Mac, $20. First, men need to be direct with their intentions with women to avoid being friend zoned. To be honest, women value male friends they have precious sexual relationship with because women only value men that they are attracted to. BZ, formerly Baby Zaddy, $5. Kinda feel some way about the whole men don't want to be your friend statement. If so, women are right when they say that we aren't ish.
Thank
Wait,
you.
what? Hold on. Back. Bring that back up, JR. Please.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Back up.
Hold on, let me find it right quick.
My bad, dog.
Yeah, I unstarted it. Let me.
Said she was kind of feeling the type of way off the.
You got a question for real.
This right.
Yeah, let me see. It says
Kind of
feel
feels
some. Worry about it. Okay, men don't want to be your friend statement. If so, women are right when they say we ain't ish. Why? Listen. Why? Do y'all have a hard time just accepting what men are telling you? Like I
That
think
was a
y'all
man
really
that
do.
said that. That was a man that said that.
Now, Rio already done told you earlier that some of these males, are being their girlfriends all around the damn world. Okay, let's just be clear.
Of course, I told you.
I'm
Mr.
sorry. Maybe I was just
I
raised different.
told you,
I
Chris.
don't know.
You were
Like,
so
because I
you
think
raised?
there are good human beings in the world, and every person
I
that
think
sees
I get the
you.
stupid cast for.
The most high 199. Call him to come over at 2:30 a.m. to test friendship.
I know that's right.
Definite G, $5. Kelly, it's okay. It will take time. Laughing.
I'm so sad.
Well, $4.99. After puberty, dudes ain't trying to be your friend. Period.
How many men need to say this before a woman accepts it?
Eve, $2.99. Super sticker. Thank you.
Hey, real quick, Sage Talk with Lee is happening in about 33 minutes or so. So make sure you guys tap into that. I'm gonna bring up the topic so you guys know. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. While you make sure you guys go ahead and click that link for Teej Hanley. The link is in the description. This is Sage Talk, the alpha female versus the boss biatch. That's what the topic is. Make sure you guys tune into that.
Good shit, baby.
And real quick, I was riding.
Just say
I
that
was
right
riding.
now. Big shout out. Go ahead. My bad, Jake. My bad.
No. You good, Quest? You good?
Hey, you shouldn't want now one of them. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. Big shout out to Mr. Lee. You know what I'm saying? You don't want either one of them fellas. None of them. Okay? Leave them alone. Leave them over there.
I will be tuning in, Mr. Lee.
Yeah. So Kelly, I do got a question for you. you said you were raised differently. So are you
Yeah, I was
suggesting?
like,
Let me get it out, please. Are you suggesting that your father raised you in a manner to where like all men are willing to be your friends out here?
no, I mean, like, I have been
You
raised
said
around
no.
great. Can I?
You said
can you
no.
correct me? I'm saying I have been raised around great human beings that are just my friends. Yes, and they're not homosexual, and they have penises, but we are friends. And I've known them for years, and nothing has ever occurred romantically. They've just been my friend.
Okay.
I haven't been able to have that many.
Hold on, Siobhan. Let me have a conversation real quick. Just because nothing has happened doesn't mean that their intentions aren't the same or weren't
I understand
the same.
that. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I'm
they
saying
may have been thinking it,
everyone.
regardless if you gave them access to that, that's something different. Like we'd always say on the panel, and like what Kevin has said, and all these other Mr. Samuels have all said, y'all control access to the box. We control access to the marriage, right? So just because you haven't given him access to it doesn't mean that that's not what he wants or that's not what he desires.
So you're saying if a person is interested in me in any way, it could not possibly be anything other than sex if they are heterosexual with a penis. That's what you're saying.
Unless it's professional,
Unless
right?
they're or we're related. Right.
Right, and I guarantee some of your cousins want to smash, but I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you though, right? No, I'm gonna just keep it G because I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna want to do that, right?
Doesn't even sound PG.
Even some of your family probably want to smash you. But to your question, if they're not in a professional capacity, i.e., like they're trying to recruit you for a job, right? And even some of that is iffy. But if they're not recruiting you for a job, that's the only place I will give you some gray area, right? Other than that, men are not just out here. Today I'm gonna go out and find some female friends to go hang out with, and not thinking I'm gonna smash them somewhere in the process. That is crazy. I don't care how many times you ask me. So what you're saying, Quest, is that men can. The answer is always gonna be no. They want to smash. Period.
Okay.
I'll say the circumstances. My fault. Go ahead, Rio. Go, Rio.
I was just going to say, listen, there are going to be certain situations, right? I'm not saying that every man is attracted to every woman. There's a possibility that there's a man that doesn't want you in that way. There's a possibility. So I'm not saying that. We're speaking in general terms. You know what I mean? Just generally speaking. That's all. So I just wanted to say that we know there are going to be certain situations.
And the circumstances that arise. So when the friendship began and was built, his circumstances weren't conducive with looking at you in that way. And then one day he looked at you, flowing hair, skyline behind you. He's like, yo, you know what? Yo, Kelly would be, I think, and that arises. You won't even know it happened, but it happened. And that changes everything. You don't know that it's changing, but in his mind, it's changed. You've changed. You're somebody else now. Like I was driving around the neighborhood the other day and I seen, it's these cute girls just moved in the neighborhood, and I seen this dude cutting the grass, and I looked out my window and I looked in his eyes, and I already knew what it was. Like he looked at me, I looked at him, and I already knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? He was cutting that grass.
You didn't have to say nothing.
He had to say nothing. I saw the hunger in his eyes. He's like, "Yep, one day, bro, one day." And I'm like, "Fight that fight, bro."
Every time he cut that yard, he's thinking demon time.
This is how men think, Kelly. This. We actually, it's so in tune, and I'm gonna back out. It's so locked in with each and every last one of us. If all we got to do is just look at each other, like all I gotta do is be like, that's it. Niggas know, bro. Like, how is this so hard for y'all to pick up and understand? We giving you the game.
A single man ain't gonna want to hit with no single chick as a friend. I promise you, Kelly. That's not his intent. He has an agenda, and it might not be the same agenda that you have.
It's my last thing.
That's what it is.
And you know what that girl is saying to her friends about that guy that cuts grass? He is such a great guy.
He's a
his thoughts
gentleman.
on politics. He's just a genuinely, he has good political. He's a great guy until, and then eventually he's gonna cross the line, and she's gonna be like, "Yeah, I kicked him to the curve."
He gonna come in and talk about,
ghosting me.
hey Jay, he gonna come in and talk about, hey, my hot water heater went out. You mind if I use your shower?
Hey, Chappelle, we had a couple more super chats on the 3 of them came in.
Okay. Dub Will 499 after puberty.
Are you ready? I'm not ready. Hold on. Here we go. 2 more.
Twisted Cup TV $2. She has him saved as movies in her phone.
Right.
You're actually wrong. You're wrong.
Dub Will 499. Why does men's nature of wanting to smash not make us good human beings?
It's in our nature.
You know what it is.
That hunger is going to be there, and I don't
come on over to my place.
That hunger is going to be there. I'm gonna tell you something. Even generally
You're
speaking,
gonna be playing in the background, baby.
Boy,
generally speaking, if a woman walked by that's not related, and we see from the front that she has hips, we are waiting for her to walk by so that neck could swing around. We're gonna see how much ass is back there. Boy. It's very hard to control that. You know what I'm saying? It's very these are just certain things. It's just it's that innate. You know what I'm saying?
I know what it is.
Won't go. So you just have to want to see certain things. That's all I'm saying. And it's not to say if you got good relationships with people, don't think negative about them. But we just genuinely giving you an idea of what's going on.
You spot on right now.
Hey, I'm throwing that silk on. Y'all know what it is.
I really do.
In my bedroom. Yeah.
Boy.
Please don't be late. Please don't be late.
Boy.
Yeah. Y'all don't understand.
Kelly, you a good sport, yo. You a good sport.
None of this is bothering me.
Yeah, you a good
Kelly,
sport.
you know what it is?
I'll say this. I won't say this.
Yeah,
Just know I have a whole chapter on the friend. Like, I know
Kelly,
what it is.
why can't we be friends? Why can't now hell no.
So I think there's two types of friends, and that's why I don't 100% agree with you. I half agree with you. I think there's always that guy that's going to be lurking, waiting for you, waiting for that moment where you're vulnerable to pounce. I do think that there's that guy, but I do think that there are genuine men that do care about you and look at you as a sister. I do.
He cares about you until you get them cheeks.
No. Like there are genuine, and I have true male friends that I've been friends with since I was like 12. So nothing's ever occurred, and they're truly my friends. If I need something, they're there for me no matter what, because they're really my friend. Even when I'm dating a guy, I'll tell them I do have guy friends, and these are their names because they have stood the test of time. They are my true friends. So I don't believe in your like 100% all men
to borrow one of your wigs, then you need to ask that you to borrow one of your wigs. That's what's going to happen. He gonna want to borrow your wig. That's that type of thing. Come on now.
Come on, hold on. Let me ask her a legit question, Kelly. These men, these friends that you talking about that you've had for all these many years, been 12 years old. If you gave them an opportunity to smash, do you think they would take it?
No.
Yeah, he wants to borrow
wig. Y'all have a good day.
No.
Come on now, Kelly. Come on. Come on.
The
three. Hey, I'm gonna be on this all day, y'all. Let's
No, the three that I'm talking about, no.
Listen, I have some male friends who have been my friends from grade school, high school, college. If I gave them the opportunity, even though none of them have ever tried me, they running with it.
Thank you. Hey, and in fact, just to prove that point.
Well, just because they aren't trying you, doesn't necessarily mean that
if
opportunity that they would take it. They would take it.
Do you want me to
Thank
make
you.
the call? Like I can
Hold
make
on.
the call.
No,
Hold on.
don't make the call.
You know what they're going to say.
Kelly,
I can make the call, put it on speaker. I will ask the question.
Kelly.
I don't think making the call is going to make a difference.
Kelly, it's not.
I still think that if given an opportunity, but we will probably never know. There are some people that are aware of it, and Tam saying she's aware of it. Now, if you
Thank you.
choose not to be aware of it, then that's on you.
Be naive if you want to.
When that moment happens, it'll probably be like a damn, like I never.
Right. So, hey, and just to confirm that and to drive that nail home, chat ninjas, wake up. I need y'all right now.
Why are the chat ninjas always the final say so?
You know why? Because they are a perfect gauge and measure of how we think across the board. And I explained this. Hold on. I'm gonna be real serious right now, right? We got how many people in the chat right now? Give me a number. Hold on.
About saying 42.
Yeah.
We got 742. We got 742 human beings in the chat right now, from all different places, from all different states, sometimes from even out of the country. And I guarantee that if we ask them, they're gonna give you a general answer across the board. I've never seen it to where when we ask a question, I don't care if it's the women asking it or if it was the men asking the question, we get the majority of the ones that come in, they're all in line, regardless of what the question is. So I'm gonna ask the question because they are a measure of society, right?
Right, the poll, right.
So I'm gonna ask the question. Chat ninjas, everybody like, shoot, go ahead, ask your question. Do you agree with what we talked about with Kelly, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think them niggas would still smash if she gave them an opportunity. Put a 1 in the chat right now.
You're asking people who don't know.
Hold on, Kelly, hold on. Let me talk to the chat ninjas. Put a 1 in the chat right now if you think the ones already flowing in. If you think that those dudes would smash, the ones that you're talking about, oh, they wouldn't do it. If I gave them an opportunity, they wouldn't do it. Put a 1 in the chat, and we're going to see how long these ones come rolling in, because they're coming in, and they're coming in from men and women. Kelly, at some point
Kelly,
in time,
I just put a 1 in the chat. I ain't gonna lie. I just put a 1 in the chat.
Come on, Hig. Come on, Hig. Where's your family loyalty?
Kelly, at some point, you have to get
Kelly, listen to this.
Come on, Hig.
Turn them off.
Kelly,
listen to this.
Yeah.
You call
Kelly,
one
at
of your.
some point, you have to get in tune with how the world works.
I am in tune with how the world works,
No,
and that's
you're not.
great.
Clearly, you're not.
For
No,
most
Kelly,
people,
Kelly, just
definitely. For the
Kelly,
people I'm talking about, no.
Kelly, can you just listen?
And those are the type of dudes that want to borrow your wig, Kelly.
No.
I can't really say that, but I can do that.
Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Here's what I'm gonna add. Here's what I'm gonna ask. This is across the women that's on the panel right now.
Tam, what's in that cup?
You call your best male friend and tell him, listen, electricity went out. I'm scared. He gets there. You got the candles lit. You open the door and you in your lingerie. Raise your hand if you think your friend is going to say, cover yourself. This is ridiculous. Or if
He's definitely not thinking that. He's trying to think of a way that he can cut your movie out of your role.
I'm just asking.
My person is like, Shayna, what are you doing? What's
That
going on?
man dick, no, that man dick gonna be hard as 2-cent bubble gum. Okay, cut it out, bro. His dick gonna be hard as woodpecker lips, and you think he gonna tell you to put something else on? Girl, stop these lies, man.
Shout out to the bazooka bubble girl, baby. Shout out to bazooka bubble girl.
They would think an alien took my body over. They would be like, Shayna, what's going on? Because it's completely
It's on, baby. It's on. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Hold on.
They were like, who are you? What have you done with Shayna? Because they
no.
That's what?
Come on, yeah, you need to stop this. You know what's going down.
I know what's going down. That's what I'm telling you. I have 3 friends, and I will be glad to call each and every one of them right now.
Then he gonna take your wigs and your eyelashes from you, and he gonna be wearing it in a RuPaul get together. That's what's gonna happen. And for the ones dudes that are straight, they gonna be trying to knock you down. They are. You just need to accept it, Jeff. Now, how are you gonna handle that? Are you gonna still be friends with them because they gonna tell you, "Hey, I really want to smash"? Or are you gonna sit there and say, "Are you gonna feel some type of way?" What's the outcome gonna be?
Hey, you guys, I just got you dropping a link to Sage Talk with Lee's show. That link is been dropped. Where is it? Shit. There it is right there. I'm going to pin it to the top.
Shout out to the ladies from Secret Boutique. Thank you for coming up and hanging out with us.
You guys, make sure you guys click the link at the top. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you good. I didn't mean to talk over you, big brother. My bad.
You all good. I also did a poll too. Let me say something about this poll. I did a poll. Let me go ahead and get the results. So the poll was, be honest, how do you handle confrontation and conflict in your life? Go ghost was 18%, have the conversation was at 68%, and assume the worst and move in silence was 14%. So those are the results for today's poll that I had in the chat. Again, I'm hearing some feedback from you there, everybody. Make sure you guys click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. That's going to give you access to Sage Talk with Lee's show. That's coming up shortly within the next about 22 minutes, 23 minutes or so. The Alpha Female versus the Boss Biatch. Shout out to the sponsor again, Tej Hanley. Filler Tej, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. That link is in the description. Special thanks to the She Critique from coming through, from blessing the panel. So there you guys do that little heart shit. I guess that's y'all little thing. I didn't know they had a damn heart emoji like that.
They do.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. I guess this is.
Thank you for having us.
No doubt, man. Have you guys anytime. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Set the notifications to all. Thank you, panel. Quest, Siobhan, Hink, Callie.
Hold on. What number I'm at though?
Oh, last time we checked, you was at 2. I don't know what the number is right now.
I think she said I'm at 7. Yeah. So, hey, look, if you're in there, Marcel, going to make sure like we get the official count. What you count,
Marcel?
Kelly?
If you're in the chat right now, make sure you put in the
count.
Like I'm still at 7. So look. So I told y'all off jump. The reason why I was doing this is because I read the comments, right? And I do pay attention to what y'all be saying. If y'all like, yo, Quest be cussing too much, da 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 da. You know what? When I say I'm gonna dial it back, I'm very intentional about that, right? And
you did a great job. You did do a great job today, for real.
Yeah, and I'll say like half of the cuss words that I said, were like I did them on purpose and said, hey, strike that one. I could have not used it, but I'm trying to keep it fun. So I said I was gonna do either times it by 2 or 3. Jay, I'm gonna times it by 3, nigga. I owe you $21, baby.
Oh, shit.
I thought it was gonna be like 4,000.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about 70 times 3.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, that's right. Get that super chat party up.
When you said 7, you doing that math earlier. Like
right.
Kelly, what about it?
Can I ask a quick question? So if you have friends that are of the opposite sex and you guys have been friends for decades, right? If you get married, are you saying you should invite those people to your wedding?
No. You can.
But that's a different dynamic then, Kelly. If you're in a relationship, that's totally different. We talk about 2 single people.
I think there needs to be a clear understanding when you're dating someone up front that you do have male friends. But out of respect for my relationship and my marriage, listen, that friendship is over. when I find the one that is a potential mate, a potential husband, that friendship is done. Why will I allow those people in the space with my man? And I know if given the opportunity, they want to smash.
Kelly, so let me speak from a dude who got married, right? Listen, there was only one woman that came to my wedding, and that's because she was my homeboy's ex. And I asked, because she's cool with all of us still to this day, right? I asked him, are you cool if she comes? Because he that was my partner. He could have been like, nah, don't invite that. And I'd have been like, cool, all right, bum. But never once have I ever looked at her in a manner where it's like, man, I want to clap in the cheeks. That was like my best friend's girl. Never once has that ever crossed my mind, ever. Right? Not with this particular person because of how close we were like that. That's the reason why I had to ask to Tam what we talked about earlier, right? But other than that, I didn't have any fucking female friends at my wedding. Are you kidding me? No. Especially ones that I was like, damn, I wish I could have clapped them cheeks before I got
Listen, when I get in a committed relationship, it ain't no more male friends. No.
Well, one of my guy friends is getting married in this month, and he invited me to his wedding. But I'm telling you, it was a friendship. I shouldn't go because I have a vagina. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
No, Kelly, like, you can go to the wedding. I'm just saying, like, people having, you know, just because they don't say it doesn't mean that they're not thinking it, is what everybody's trying to say. You are a very beautiful, stunning woman. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you, Siobhan. Thank you.
You're welcome. So for people to see you in that light, and then for your male friends to see you like that, if I'm a woman and I see you like that, then I could just about imagine what a man is thinking. You see what I'm saying? That's all they're trying to say. You see what I'm saying?
That's fair, but if those lines were never crossed and it's always been a friendship,
they don't have to be crossed.
I want to say this.
They don't have to be crossed. That's what they're saying. Yeah. The line doesn't even have to be crossed.
Hold on.
You don't even have to tell me that. Okay.
I just want to put it like this. Because we move around this world, right? Whenever we receive some new information that we are unaware of, now you are put on game. If there's a possibility that it can happen, why take the chance? If there's a possibility that the opposite sex, he's opposite sex, right? These men are opposite sex. There should be nobody else. Once you unite on that high level like that, nobody else matters. Not even the kids. It's only you two. So if there's a possibility, the potential or something like that, why take the risk? You know, you have all these people on this panel and people in the chat that are telling you that it's still a possibility regardless of what you're saying. So if you know and you got common sense that there's a possibility, then that's your answer right there. You don't have to think this through. It don't matter what they've done. If there's a possibility, it's not worth your marriage.
And if you haven't met, I just want to chime in because I don't know. You said you're going to the wedding. Does his fiance know about you and know about the friendship? Have you met her? Because I would be side-eyeing any woman that I don't know that my fiance hasn't introduced to me as his close female friend or just a friend or whatever, and you're at my wedding. Who are you? Who invited?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, we're all friends.
But that still don't even matter. I'm gonna put something out. That still don't even matter. She may accept it, right? Because you know, she's been introduced, but she's still gonna probably be side-eyeing. It's not all the time, but again, that's something that you'll never know. That's probably be a conversation that she has with him, and maybe they compromise with it. Who knows? But there's always that possibility. So if she's uncomfortable, same thing with men, right? Men know, right? And why even take the chance? Why take the chance? Because men know that these women want to clap that penis.
Let's just get rid of all friends of the opposite sex.
Or maybe we could just value.
And then too, if it's that much of a big deal, you might got to question that. Why is it such a big deal? If the guy or if the woman is asking you to remove this person, then why is it a big deal? Because at the end of the day, when you grow old, these people are gonna fall off. They're not gonna be around. That's the person that's gonna be by your bedside right there.
Facts. I had a male friend that cut me off he had got a girlfriend and they're married now. And we do not talk to this day because when she was his girlfriend, he cut me off. He made the mistake of not telling her about me from the very beginning. So then he tried to bring me in the mix and she like, oh no, honey. Who the hell is this? We're not doing that. There are no female friends. And at the time, I didn't quite understand it, but I had no choice but to respect it. And I get it now because I would do it in a heartbeat. I would give you the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't just ghost you and say you can't be my friend no more. But I'm gonna let you know, listen, I got a man now. This is something that I'm trying to take to the next level. And out of respect for each other, we choose to not have friends of the opposite sex. I'm sorry, I still value you as a person, but we're talking about a friend over a husband. I don't know who y'all choosing, but I'm choosing a husband.
Right, that's not even a conversation. Done. That's it.
All I'm saying, life is about minimizing risk. So if you minimize risk across the board, then you'll have a better life.
But the thing is that some people.
If you hear that, hey,
So beautiful ladies, Tam and Laura, man, they out there waiting for y'all to come hustle. Shoot your shot.
Hey, JR, you dropped the bomb right there, and I don't want us to just glide past that, man. If you take minimum risk in life, I promise you will have a better outcome. And just in general, we're not just talking about relationships. We're talking about everything. Crossing the street, investing, relationships. It doesn't matter.
yeah.
Try to mitigate as much risk as possible on anything that you touch in this world. And I promise you, you'll have great outcomes.
And if anybody talk to me and I'm on the phone with them, when I hear that seatbelt thing going on, I say, put your seatbelt on. Shayna, put your seatbelt on.
Mm-hmm. Look, this is
all about minimizing risk.
This is
minimizing risk.
This is good game, Kelly, because I feel like, especially you're a socialite. I'm sure like you have amazing friendships. I'm certain about that. The question is, you mentioned somebody that you feel your dating relationship is going to lead to marriage. One of the things to think about is how much are you willing to sacrifice for that?
But that's the thing, like the friendships I have, I would want my significant other to be a part of it. Like I would want to like do double dates with my man, my friend and his wife. Like I wouldn't want to keep it separate. Like these are people who've meant a lot to me throughout my entire life. I wouldn't want to keep it. I would be like, oh, come, let's all do a thing together. Like it's not a secret. It's not a hidden thing. It's like, these are my real true friends who I value and I love and I trust them as human beings. Like people, when my father died, they were there for me, like to hear me crying, like people who I know truly care about me as a human being. That's why I hear you guys always, oh, it's the penis, it's the sex. Right. But there are good people in this world who really, truly care about you as a human being, regardless of sex, that those things exist. So I don't like this whole like broad like across the board. Like the guys I am friends with, I could introduce to my man because I know that if there would be no issue with that. Like people who have been there for me, who've ridden for me, who for decades. And no, I wouldn't just cut those human beings off because I'm married. Like I would want my husband to know them.
Let nobody else speak because we got to get to
I'm done.
I mean, like this might take a little bit more work, you guys. So we just got to cut it.
Even Royce telling you no. Even Baby Quest over here telling you. Hey, look, if you jump off a bridge at a 20-foot bridge, chances are you're gonna break something. Or you gonna stack your chips up and be like, well, I'm not gonna break anything because it's only 20. No. We don't move through life like that, right? We just don't. But go ahead. Go on and fade us to black, JR. Yeah.
I got to get out of here. Catch Sage Talk with Lee, man. That link is pinned to the top of the chat right there. I appreciate all the support. Thank you guys. I know it was extended a little bit longer than usual, but I think it was a good dialogue. If you haven't already, again, hit the subscribe button and catch us next Sunday at 10 o'clock. Now we out. Y'all just go ahead and keep loving. It's the last track. Last track. Shout out to my green gang. I see y'all. Today's Talk Lee is up next. That link is right to the top of the chat. It's the last track, y'all. Go ahead and speed it up a little bit for y'all. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Everybody head over to Sage Talk with Lee. Link pinned to the top of the chat.
Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat flick with the bare face and a slick tongue. That's what she say. She look good. She a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring out my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stack. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show need a passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it and fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Fuck how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did top up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could fuck with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. With everything I say, turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it up the slums, words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. With everything we say, turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, cause I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fade. She quick to tell me I'm a fade. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every week, and I hate to let it down, but I'm in a fast life, so you never slowing me down. Heartbreak, dropping like you don't sleep well. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's madness. Swap with me, God, cut us from the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave, but everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up.
You still hit that like button. Everybody head over to Sage Talk. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Everybody head over to Sage Talk with Lee. Touch to the top of the chat. Got one more track for y'all. Maybe not. This is the last track. It's the last track. Everybody head over there to Lee. Sage Talk with Lee. Spin to the top of the chat right there. Also, make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. You still rocking out? Let's rock out then. Let's go. It's the last track.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip, cold winter. All my eating good, I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil to run around high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still let it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. Being me, so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bring it condoms to me. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see it.
It's the last track.
Flexing ain't discreet about it.
Everybody head over there to Sage Talk with Lee.
Say you wanna beef about it.
Link to the top of the chat.
Sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming every day. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
Again, appreciate y'all. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Realistic Vibes, I see you. Green Gang, thank you, Matt G. Appreciate all the things you're doing over there in the chat. All my Green Gang, salute to you guys. Everybody head over there to Sage Talk. That's where we're taking this energy at. The show will be starting momentarily. Hit that like button when you enter. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. The Lapeef Experience taking over DC. Stay tuned for that, y'all.